Miss Balson, you're a board member,
Who's speaking? I'm sorry.
court reporter.
Oh, Gina. Hi, Gina. Sorry. I hit up there. Yes. Yes,
It's
Mr.
okay.
Ashman is a to be sworn in board member. Once
Okay.
Mr. Warner swears him in, he'll be officially a board member, and Mr. Warner will administer the official handshake.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I didn't see him on the planning board agenda list.
All right.
On your oath of office there. He'll be sworn.
How about Mr. Zucker? Will we?
Waiting on him.
But he will probably show.
We think so. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe just wait one more minute for John, and then we'll start.
And I don't do anything till Primrose starts, right?
Yeah, we typically just do the applications for transcribing.
Okay, but I don't start with you guys now.
I don't think so, right, Chris? I mean,
Not historically, no, it's just,
Okay, gotcha.
public.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, that's all.
okay, sure. All right, so let's see. All right. Oh, I just got a text from John. He's asking Chris if you could please send the Zoom contact information to John Zucker. Apparently he's having a little trouble getting in.
Yep.
Chris, did you
Hold on.
hear me, Chris?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
1 second.
All right, great, thanks. I was on a Microsoft Teams call today, which just quit in the middle of it for some unknown reason. It took me about 5 minutes to get back on. And just went down. Don't know what happened. It wasn't it. It was my home computer.
Just sent it again. This should be on in a second.
Okay, yep, all right.
Chris, I think I noted Mr. Burgess in the attendees. Would we have to promote him to panelist?
Oh, I see him now. Yes.
Okay, I shouldn't use the word have to. We want to.
Of course, yes.
Can we vote on that?
All right. Yeah. All those in favor? All those opposed? There he is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Joe.
I was able to hear you, but not see you.
There you go, Joe.
Well, we're waiting for John. It should be coming in here very shortly. If not, we'll go ahead and start in about 30 seconds. We may be having some trouble. No. All right, 7:35. I think we've waited our 5 minutes. I think we should go ahead. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the board in preparation of the 2021 annual meeting notice, which sets forth the date, time, and place of this meeting, and by properly posting such notice and forwarding the notice to those designated newspapers and persons requesting meeting notices. Moreover, in order to comply with the national and state declarations of emergency related to the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with the municipal land use law, the Open Public Meetings Act, and recent operational documents from the Department of Community Affairs, this meeting is being held virtually in a web-based platform with remote public access. All right, shall we go to our Pledge of Allegiance? And Bob, over my left shoulder, you'll notice right there where my cursor is the American flag at City Hall. So I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag
of the United
of the
States
United States
of America,
of America,
Republic,
to the republic
for which
for which
it
it
stands,
stands,
one nation,
one nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
liberty and
with liberty and justice for
and
all.
justice for all.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Mr. Warner, if you could administer the oath of office to our new member, Robert Ashman, and Bob. Is Robert or Bob?
Yeah, Bob is great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you. No, it'd be my privilege, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Ashman, please raise your right hand and please repeat after me. I, Robert Ashman,
I, Robert Ashman,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear
and that I will bear
true faith and allegiance to same
truth, faith, and allegiance to same
and to the governments
and to the governments
established in the United States
established in the United States
and in this state
and in this state
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
And I do solemnly swear
And I do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially, and justly
impartially, and justly
perform all of the duties
perform all of the duties
of planning board member
of planning board member
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you. Welcome, Bob. Thanks. Thank you for joining the team here. Chris, we'll go ahead and do our roll call.
Certainly. Mr. Anderson,
Present.
Mr. Brinkerhoff,
Here.
Councilmember Little,
Here.
Ms. Paulson Alvarez,
Here.
Ms. McNeil,
Here.
Mr. Delory,
Here.
Mr. Zucker,
Here.
Mr. Perrella,
here,
Fiore,
Here.
Mr. Formicelli,
Here.
and Mr. Ashman.
Here.
All right, you have a quorum, you can proceed. And for the record, Mr. Warner is here.
I am here. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think you're on mute.
There we go. Okay, great. Thanks. I was just saying that I don't know if Bob heard, but during that long swearing in, he signed the deed to his house to us. So thanks. We appreciate that. That's, the president gets signed in, and the vice president for, a quarter of that verbiage. It's pretty amazing to me. But that's what it is. All right. Well, we're at item 6 on our agenda with the reorganization, where it's a point at which we have to look for nominations for the chair, vice chair, and secretary. So it's, I guess we'll ask Jay to see if he has any nominations for the office of the chair.
Okay, I'll see if I can think of somebody. I'd like to nominate Bill to be reappointed as chairman. I think he's led the board extremely well during this challenging year. He kept his focus, he adapted, he dealt with the changing procedures with a lot of common sense, which we know Bill really has in plenty of. He managed the hiccups along the way, and there were lots of them. He stayed with it, he managed it. This past year, I think we improved the DRO enormously. I think that was a huge accomplishment, made harder by the challenges of the pandemic. And many of us put in long hours on this, but without Bill's, sense of humor, his open-mindedness, his understanding of the city and what the city is about, I don't know that we would have gotten it done without him. I think he was critical to that. I also think we reached a fair and appropriate conclusion on every one of the applications brought before us. I'm proud of the decisions we reached. Last year, we needed Bill's accommodating style. He's accommodating to applicants. He's accommodating to other consultants and their advisors. He's accommodating to residents who care about the decisions we make. He's accommodating to us on the board and with different points of view. I think we'll need this leadership more than ever in 2021. So I'm pleased to nominate Bill for chairman.
Thanks. I guess, Steve, we call for a second, or do we call for more
I'd
nominations?
like to second.
Yeah, we need to call for a second for that nomination.
You got a second. You could call for further nominations and
So we open the floor for any further nominations from the board. Not seeing any further nominations. We call for a vote. It's just a voice vote at this point, so.
yes, formally, we'd close the nominations, of course, and then a voice vote, since there is no contest. A voice vote would be sufficient.
Okay,
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And seeing none.
great,
Let
thank you.
the
That
record
was,
reflect it was unanimous.
yeah, that was very gracious. I appreciate that. I told Jay that I embarrass easily, so I appreciate the compliments. And so now I'm going to return the favor, Jay. I think it's a favor anyway, but I'd like to nominate Jay again for another year as vice chair. Jay's been a terrific sort of steadying influence on the board, and has always been willing to help and walk us through any of the complex problems and challenges we have. And he's got a skill of being able to take those complex issues and boil them down to really the sort of key components. Part of it is his temperament and personality, and part of it is his experience that he's had as an institutional real estate investment professional that gives him a broad scope and broad understanding of real estate as a whole. As a member of our community, he's been active as a member of the community in the park line, which I know has been a challenge for him, and it's been a great asset will be a great asset, and it will be a great asset. So as a part of the DRO subcommittee, Jay spent a tremendous amount of time working through all of the details, paying careful attention to all kinds of things that we've seen multiple times in great detail. He hung in there, and really the DRO is much better as a result of his work. So it's really my pleasure to propose and nominate Jay for vice chair for a second year, for this coming year, I should say. And anyone offer a second for that?
I second it.
And any other nominations from the floor? From the board? Hearing none, I guess we'll go to a voice vote then. Chris?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Anybody opposed? And seeing none.
All right, and our next officer will be secretary. And it's my privilege and pleasure to nominate Chris to act as secretary for the board again. As Jay mentioned, this has been quite an interesting year for all of us, the COVID-19/Zoom world that we live in these days. Chris has done an outstanding job keeping the board on track and through all of this confusion, and to the point where one night we, as you all recall, we opened up a meeting, had 80 or 90 folks wanting to comment from the public, and we had 50 slots available on our Zoom program. So we had to drop back 5 and reorganize, and Chris did a terrific job handling that. And he's done a terrific job handling and managing the flow of paperwork that comes in for all these applications, as well as the managing the Zoom meetings themselves with members of the public and making sure everybody gets a chance to speak. So I'm pleased to put Chris's nomination forward for board secretary. And I was wondering if we have any seconds for that.
Second.
I second that.
Thank you. Any nominations from the floor?
No.
All right, okay.
Jennifer.
So we have a voice vote. Chris?
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
All right, great. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate the work, and I appreciate all of you putting in the time that you've done this past year. It's been really a challenge. We're trying to find ways. We're talking to Steve and and others have talked to Steve during the last week or so, looking for ways that we think that we can shorten this format, make it a little bit more efficient. And so hopefully we can bring those thoughts and ideas to you at the next meeting. We're still kind of working on those. But I think we all sort of are feeling the same thing in many ways, that this process is sort of slow and excruciating, and boy, isn't there a way that we could get the information out faster and get to the meat of the issues more quickly. So we're thinking about that and trying to find ways to do that in a better way. So again, thanks everybody for hanging in there. And Bob, we welcome you to the board. So professional appointments, these are really resolutions that really, we need a vote, we need a motion, we need a second, and we need a roll call vote. So I think probably it makes sense, maybe Mr. Warner, for me to start off here with making a motion that we approve the resolution to retain Ventura, Muskowitz, Kehoe, and Warner as the board's counsel, and I need a second for that.
Second.
Second.
And shall we go to a voice vote?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, if we could,
Roll call vote. Yeah, we need a roll call vote
yeah.
because it's a
Thank you.
resolution. Yeah, got
Thank
it.
you.
Thanks.
So,
All right.
Chairman Anderson,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Brinkerhoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Little,
Yes.
Paulson Alvarez,
Yes.
Ms. McNeil,
Yes.
Mr. Delory,
Yes.
Mr. Zucker,
Yes.
Mr. Perrella,
Yes.
and Mr. Fiore.
Yes.
Okay.
thank you all for your continued confidence.
Well, Steve, we thank you for, you started out with the board in your first year, and we all kind of ran off the path into the sand with the COVID issue and the Zoom format. So thank you for guiding us through that. You've done a terrific job, and we've learned a lot about certain aspects of the law that we didn't know before. So we appreciate it very much. Next, we have our board planner, Burgess Associates. We'd like to put forward the resolution that we appoint Burgess again for an additional year. And I need a motion. I'm making a motion, pardon me. I need a second to that motion, sorry.
Second.
Second.
And a roll call vote there, Chris?
Okay, Chairman Anderson,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Brinkerhoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Little,
Yes.
Paulson Alvarez,
Yes.
Ms. McNeil,
Yes.
Mr. Delory,
Yes.
Mr. Zucker,
Yes.
Mr. Perrella,
Yes.
and Mr. Fiore.
Yes.
All right. Well, Joe, you can't escape it. You got it. You're another year in prison. And thank you very much for the work you've done this past year. And Tom, you're a young associate there. Everybody's young to me, so you have to understand that. Young Tom had done a tremendous job on the DRO, and we appreciate all the hard work he put into that. And of course, you to approve his timesheet. So we appreciate you doing that. And he's done a terrific job, and we appreciate the counsel that Burgess has given us over the years.
Well, thank you. And yes, there's good words on to Tom. Thank you.
And then board engineer, last but not least, Mazer Consulting. I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution to retain Mazer Consulting as the board engineer. Can I have a second?
Second.
All right, and a roll call vote there, Chris?
Yep, Chairman Anderson,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Brinkerhoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Little,
Yes.
Ms. Paulson Alvarez,
Yes.
Ms. McNeil,
Yes.
Mr. Delory,
Yes.
Mr. Zucker,
Yes.
Mr. Perrella,
Yes.
and Mr. Fiore.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. Chris,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, Chris, thank you for a great year last year. We look forward to the year coming this year. And we appreciate you keeping us on the straight and narrow and out of the ruts that come our way. The work that you guys do from a infrastructure and a utility and a traffic and all the various engineering aspects of things that sometimes we don't really focus on when we're thinking about land use and how important they are to keep us, everything working the way it should. So we appreciate everything you've done and look forward to working with you this year.
Thank you. I do too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. All right, so we're on to committee appointments. If you look at your item 8 on your agenda. Now, this is where the chairman should have been busy the last couple of days calling each one of the liaisons we have to the commissions and asking them if they would be willing to serve for this coming year. So my apologies to everyone for that. So I'm going to put you on the spot, but if you'd say you'd like to reconsider, I understand because it's a public forum. But the Environment Commissioner, we have Rich Fiore. And I don't know whether, Rich, if you'd be willing to serve for another year or not, but we'd love to have you if you would.
Yes.
Oh, great, thanks. The next one is affordable housing. That one is vacant. Gregory was our liaison there. We just kind of got a determination this afternoon that there was a little confusion on our part as to whether the mayor appointed this particular liaison or whether the board is, planning board does, and it's come down that the planning board will appoint a person for that. I don't know if anyone wants to rush into that and raise their hand for that, if they have a certain passion for that or an interest in that. But if not, I can work offline to talk to people about that. Beth, are you raising your hand?
I am. Chairman, both Matt Delory and I all sit on the affordable housing for in our other roles. Would we be able to do a dual role as both the liaison to this committee for affordable housing and serve in our other role? I think that would be acceptable.
That would be awesome. A great connection. It would be to the benefit of the board having that background. That's
Certainly,
terrific. I appreciate you doing that. All right.
Are we able to do that?
If the question is legally, the answer is yes. In my opinion, of course. Certainly any board member can be the liaison, and certainly it makes sense to have one or both of our current crossover members, if you will, to serve in that capacity. So we do not need a third.
Okay. Well, great. Thanks, Matt. And thanks, Beth as well. Very much appreciated. That's an important committee. We have the Parkline Steering Committee, and Jay was our liaison to that. As I mentioned earlier, Jay has had a lot of involvement in that project over the years. Jay, are you willing to stay on for another year?
Yes,
Great, thanks.
thank you.
And Jay, do you want to give us a 30-minute thumbnail of what's happened in the last month or two with regard to the hearings at council and just give us an update on that?
Sure. Well, the most important thing that occurred is we drafted an amendment to the memorandum of understanding, and that's an understanding between the Parkline Foundation and the city, and that lays out the steps going forward to begin construction of, first and foremost, the bridge over Morris Avenue, but everything that goes along with the entire project. So that memorandum was negotiated and was unanimously approved by council. And it essentially provides that with the city and the foundation working hand in hand, we'll develop a plan using Mott McDonald, who we've used now for the last few years, to flesh out the project. It will come back to the city's engineering department and the capital projects committee for sign off. And then hopefully, I'd like to think by the fall, we'll be able to start making some construction on phase 2, going across Morris Avenue and towards BMS. So we're in the engineering design stage now, the next phase of it.
So Bob, I don't know, imagine that you read the master plan re-exam this afternoon before you joined us, but just for your information, it's one of the things that the planning board endorsed during the master plan re-exam. So we're, as a board, very excited to see this thing move forward. So thanks, Jay, for all the hard work you and Rob Rubino and the whole committee, not to mention members of council, have worked hard on this thing. So it's terrific. Thanks. Coming to the Shade Tree Advisory Committee, we have Honorable John Zucker working on that one. And I don't know if he'd be willing to stay on for another year. John, any thoughts on that?
I'm willing to stay on, sure.
Okay, that'd be great. Thanks. Appreciate that. And then Historic Preservation Commission, and we have Jennifer Bolson Alvarez as our liaison there. She is without doubt the most qualified person on our board to be a liaison to this committee. And we're hoping, Jennifer, that you'd be willing to do it for this coming year.
Sure. Yep.
Great.
I'll do
Thanks. All right. And so we have Bob, also by way of just a little bit of information, we're planning on working on revising the historic preservation ordinance in 2020, but because of the COVID situation and the length of time it takes to run some of these Zoom meetings, we had to sort of push that back to this year, 2021. And so we have a subcommittee of the board that will be sort of helping us do that. And that's probably one of the major activities, outside of just the general series of cases that we work through that the board will be doing this year. So we look forward to that. Thanks, Jennifer. So thank you all for being willing to step in and help out on these committees. It's important that the board be present in that. So we have the number 9 on our agenda, adopting an official resolution adopting official newspaper. The governing body has approved the adoption of the newspaper as our official paper. We all got a little note in our packet, electronically from Rosemary. And so the planning board needs to reaffirm this resolution. And so I would ask for a motion to do so.
So moved.
Thanks, Jane. And a second?
Second.
And we need a roll call vote for this, given it's a resolution.
Okay, Chairman Anderson,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Brinkerhoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Little,
Yes.
Dawson Alvarez,
Yes.
Ms. McNeil,
Yes.
Mr. Delory,
Yes.
Mr. Zucker,
Yes.
Perrella,
Yes.
and Mr. Fiore.
Yes.
All right. Terrific. Thanks. All right. So before we jump into the public hearing and other things, we have the meeting minutes from December 21st, I guess, or 22nd. Chris, these are some of the most straightforward meeting minutes that I have frankly ever seen. And I think they're wonderful. Anyway, but I don't know. I didn't see anything that popped out at me. Anyone else have any thoughts, comments, additions, corrections to the meeting minutes from the Monday, December 21st or 22nd, whatever it is? Any thoughts, comments? If they could only be,
It's a pretty easy one.
if they could only be this easy. Yeah, thanks.
No typos.
How about that? Yeah. All right. So we have a motion to approve the meeting minutes.
So
Second.
moved.
And a second, please.
Second.
And do we need a voice vote here, Chris, or can we do it by roll call?
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say voice vote's fine as long as you get abstentions from those who weren't there, if anyone. But we almost always have a perfect attendance record, so.
Yeah, only person that was not there was Bob, and so he would just have to abstain. But other than that, is everyone in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes. Aye.
Opposed?
All right, so before we get into the next piece of the agenda, I'd like to have Steve kind of run us through the schedule of upcoming cases that we're going to be looking at and how we're going to deal with those going forward. So Steve, if you could walk us through those, that'd be great.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, and primarily just want to focus on items 10B and C for benefit of the public. Those matters are not going to be heard tonight. Only 10A Primrose School Franchising Company application will be heard tonight. So let me be specific with how we're carrying the other two. Beechwood at Summit LLC, 43 Woodland Avenue, is being carried to February 22nd, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. Virtual remote access via Zoom platform. It is my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, that it is being carried to February 22nd without further notice, and that the applicant has provided us, or if they haven't, they will provide us an extension of time to act through the month of February. So that matter is being carried.
Yeah, that's
Second, the Bristol Myers Squibb matter, 556 Morris Avenue, is also being carried. It's my understanding, and as always, I'll ask Chris to correct me if I'm wrong, that it's being carried to a special meeting that has been or will be scheduled for February 10. That's not our usual meeting night. Is it a Wednesday, Chris?
Yes, that is a Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday, February 10, 2021, special meeting, 7:30 PM, virtual Zoom web-based platform for remote access. And it's my understanding that application is being carried with further notice. And again, an extension of time to act for the board through the month of February. So those are the two matters that are being carried, Mr. Chairman, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. All right, so that would mean that tonight our only application is the public hearing for Primrose School Franchising Company, which is a major site plan with variances to construct a childcare center and maintaining existing office space. So is Mr. Giannetti there? I see his picture. There it is. Okay.
Sorry, I just froze a little bit as I was being brought into the webinar.
Good evening, Mr. Giannetti. How are you tonight?
Yes, good evening, Chairman, board members. Good to see you again. Happy New Year.
Thank you. So it's you're going to take the show away here, Mr. Giannetti. I understand you have a couple of more witnesses you'd like to put forward tonight.
Yes. So I wasn't sure, Mr. Warner, do you have something to say or?
No, Mr. Giannetti. I thought it was just one witness, but I don't
Yeah,
want to
but no,
steal your thunder, but I believe you had some revisions to the plans that were submitted. So maybe you want to quickly run through what that is and then get to your first and maybe last witness.
Sure, yes. Thank you, Chairman Anderson and Mr. Warner. So good evening, members of the board. Again, Craig Giannetti of the law firm Dave Pitney on behalf of the applicant, Primrose School Franchising Company. This is a continued application for preliminary and final major site plan approval with some variance relief. This is, by my count, I believe our 5th meeting on the application, hopefully lucky number 5. We appeared back in first hearing August 24th, 2020, and then again on October 14th, October 26th, and November 23rd. And at those meetings, we presented all of our professional witnesses. We presented a civil engineer, Josh Klein. We presented Jim Cassay, licensed architect. We presented Matt Seckler, who's a traffic engineer, as well as a licensed professional planner. So he did not get into his planning testimony at the last meeting. And as we noted, we do have Matt Taylor, who's available to answer any specific questions as to operations that the board may have that is not otherwise addressed by our witnesses. So tonight we plan on calling Mr. Seckler again to discuss first some of the plan changes that were made in our last submission. And I'll just kind of highlight a few for you, because though the changes were rather minor with respect to the site plan itself, I think the change is rather significant given some of the concerns we've heard from the board previously, and that's in connection with the separate office use on the property. As we noted in that submission, the applicant is agreeing to incorporate that part of the space into the Primrose School that will be used as part of either, as part of the school, either as a multi-purpose room, storage, back office operations, but it would not be used as a separate space that's leasable to a separate tenant. We believe that addresses some of the concerns with respect to parking and traffic. And as you'll see through the testimony, by removing that office space, the parking requirement we are now conforming with and no longer need a variance, where 31 spaces are required and 39 spaces are being proposed. Now, I want to be clear, and again, I know we went through it a lot at the last meeting. I don't want that change to be recognized as some sort of mission that we didn't think we can make it work. Our professionals and the Primrose team were confident, given its data it has from all its other school operations, that the use could properly function and the school could function officially with that additional office use. But again, as I think we've tried to note throughout this meeting, Primrose is coming into this community. It wants to be a good standing member of the community. It wants to be a good neighbor. It was clearly a concern of the board. And so they're willing to make that change. And I just kind of wanted to highlight with that theme of, that was the change from the last submission, but there's been a number of changes, overall since the beginning of this application back in August. There was a lot of feedback from the board and the public, and that's resulted in, some change in the stormwater management behind the playground, where we added in an inlet to capture some of that. Originally the application maintained the residential buffer that exists today to the rear, which is approximately 3 feet, and currently exists with a dilapidated fence. And they're proposing now to increase that buffer to approximately 5 feet and have a new fence along it. There was concern about the retaining wall by the playground and some of the landscaping, the visual. And if you recall from the prior meeting in November, they're proposing a row of essentially evergreen to screen the playground along Webster Avenue. There's additional buffer created for the playground and to the rear to allow for more landscaping, as well as a fence that would provide some noise dampening effect, in addition to the fence along the property line. You'll hear tonight too some minor changes as to the signage in an effort to remove some of the variances that were previously being requested, and relocating the trash enclosure that was near the rear property line and closer to the center of the property. Again, all in an effort to address a lot of the concerns that have been heard throughout the hearing process. So with that, what I'd like to do is call Matt Seckler, who is a licensed professional planner and traffic engineer, and he will testify and basically update this board as to the changes that were made to the plans. And we'll probably use 2 exhibits tonight that are on the board's website, which is an updated color rendering of the site plan, as well as, and if you remember, we would always use these architectural renderings to give views from different perspectives. So we're just updating those perspectives to show what the sign changes would be. And then following that, he'll notice updated traffic impact study that was submitted in December based upon the change of removing the office use. And he will also then testify as to the variance relief being requested and the support for the same, with both the positive and negative criteria. So with that, I'd like to call back Matt Seckler.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Seckler, you were previously sworn, you remain under oath. You understand that?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, and your license remains in good standing as a professional engineer and a professional planner in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, it does.
I'll defer to the chair, but you were previously accepted, so as long as your licenses remain in good standing, I have an anticipation, but I'll defer to the chair.
I don't think there's any reason to qualify Mr. Seckler again, so please go ahead.
You're so accepted, Mr. Seckler. Mr. Giannetti, please proceed.
Sure, and what I might do is just reference 2 exhibits on the website that we've updated and uploaded to the system. One identified as updated color site rendering January 22nd. I think it says 20, it should be 2021. And that is, if we could identify that as exhibit A12, I believe, Mr. Warner.
I'm hurriedly going through my notes here, and yes, we left off at with the A11 was the last one, so A12.
Great, and then we also have on the website updated architectural exhibit 1-25 or 1.25.21, which are the architectural renderings that we can identify as exhibit A13.
Right. And A13 is 4 sheets, if I recall.
Yes, that's what it should be. Let me just double check on the website.
Yes.
Yes, R1, RE1, RE2, RE3, and RE4.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Great. So, Mr. Seckler, maybe using the exhibits we just marked, if you just want to walk through with the boards some of the changes that were made in our last submission back in December 2020.
Absolutely, and thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak on this application. Just to highlight again some of the changes that you just heard from our council. One was the removal of the office, which obviously is unseen physically on the site plan itself. But what it does is it did reduce a 21 parking space obligation. It turned our application from an application seeking a 12 parking space variance to one that has an 8 space excess. We did change the parking layout slightly. So that's why, even though we removed 21 parking spaces of obligation, we only had a net change of 20 spaces. So again, 12 space parking variance into an 8 space parking excess in terms of your ordinance calculation for parking. Secondly, and this is where we lost the parking space, we added an additional turnaround area in the dead end parking lot. This is the portion of the parking lot that will be utilized and signed for drop off and pickup for parents. But we added, previously we had one what we call kind of hammerhead or drop off area. We had an additional one in case someone comes down this dead end aisle. You have the ability to pull into this hatched area and back up and turn around. So again, in summary, we have 39 parking spaces on site and 31 parking space obligations. So 39 parking spaces on site, 31 parking space obligation. We revised the landscape island slightly that I am circling. This is to the left of the parking space indicated as number 3 along these the bottom portion of the page. By making this slight modification, we ensure that the fire trucks and any type of typical delivery vehicle would have the ability to circulate through the site without any issues. Previously, I believe we had turning templates that indicated that I think one of the trucks ran up a little bit on the concrete of the landscaped island, so that's been slightly modified and changed. We've also removed 2 building signs. Previously, there was a building sign located right near where this call out is currently calling for a bollard, located on the existing portion of the building facing Morris Avenue. We also had a sign generally over the door in the rear of the site facing the residential uses in the rear. We've eliminated both of those building mounted signs, which leaves 2 building mounted signs. One that is located at the corner of Webster and Morris on that Chamford end facing Morris Avenue for people, I guess, heading eastbound. And then the other building mounted sign that is to remain is in place of the existing sign that I think is essentially painted on the building as you approach the site heading westbound. It is on the building itself right near the entrance driveway. So those 2 building mounted signs are staying, but we have eliminated 2 of the building mounted signs. So we're down to 2 with no building mounted sign facing the residence.
And I believe, Mr. Steckler, that the sign in the wall sign in the rear being removed, I believe is located in the area almost where the parking lot ends and the playground begins. It was up in that portion, correct?
Yes, it was. So that was a removed sign. We have also removed the monument sign. There was a monument sign located near the entrance driveway on Morris Avenue. We've converted that to a directional sign. So we feel, again, because it's a one-way entrance and the fact that it is somewhat of a hidden driveway if you're coming up heading towards this towards downtown, that we believe a directional sign is appropriate there. But we eliminated the monument sign and located the monument sign now in the planter bed near the front door, or the front entrance to the building, in an area that will also that is proposed to have a flagpole. So we've kind of modified this planter bed to include a monument sign, a flagpole, a little bit more of a, I would say, artistic area in addition to the landscape area. But we've added that, and again, in the rear of the site, no longer on the street-facing side. So those are the changes as it related to the signage. We've also adjusted the landscape species. Again, I think that there's been some back and forth between the city forester and I think a couple of members of the environmental groups. We are in agreement with any suggestions that are made. We sought to include native species, but I think there was a request for some more variation or some more species that may be able to variation species, so that should there be any type of disease, we would be a little more resilient So again, we are in agreement with any type of suggestions made as part of the landscaping plan, but we did want to mention that we did change out some of the species that were out here, looking to comply with previous comments raised by the board.
And
In addition,
Mr.
yes.
Secretary, just really quick back to signage. I apologize if I missed it. The sign at the building sign at the intersection of Morris and Webster, though the sign remains, it's changed from a logo to the words Primrose School, correct?
Yes, and I'll refer to sheet A13. This is on sheet 1, RE1 on exhibit A13. You can see now that it is, as opposed to a logo, it is channel letters that are being lit through gooseneck lighting, basically facing the corner of the property. So that has been changed from that logo, the circular logo, to a channel letter design. That's the main set of changes as it relates to the site plan. In addition to the site plan submission, we also included a traffic impact study, or a update to the traffic impact study. This was revised December 10th, 2020. Within that study, we obviously captured the elimination of the office use, which obviously not only reduced the amount of parking demand, but also reduced the amount of trip generation that would be generated by the site. There was significant discussion at the previous hearing regarding how long it takes to bring a child in or out of the Primrose facility. Previously, we had a shorter drop-off and pickup time. We revised our analysis, assuming a 10-minute transaction, so 10 minutes to bring your child into the Primrose, or 10 minutes bring your child out of the Primrose. And doing so, we reran all of our, I would say, all of our calculations as it relates to the Poisson distribution, which was the statistical model, judging how many vehicles would be dropping off simultaneously, as well as our observations that we had at operating Primrose schools prior to COVID. And again, just to inform the board, now we anticipate statistically a maximum of 18 simultaneous drop-offs and pickups. Those would occur in generally the 20 spaces that are located on this dead-end aisle closest to the door. And our observations, again, maintain that in the field and in operation, we see generally a peak of 11 simultaneous drop-offs or pickups. But we wanted to inform the board that we did make that update, since that was many comments or questions raised by the board regarding, I think we had a 5-minute drop-off time period, so we doubled that to 10 minutes as part of our updated analysis.
So just to be clear, Mr. Seckler, you still stand by the data supporting the 5-minute drop-off from other Primrose schools, but in doubling it and making it 10 minutes was more to address some of the board member comments that they felt it would take longer. So to show if it was 10 minutes instead of 5 minutes, it still can function, correct?
Yes, I think the concern was perhaps it was a best case scenario, and not when your child is being fussy or doesn't want to take off their coat when getting into the car seat. So we decided to push it more towards the 10-minute variety, again, to show a conservative analysis. And again, just to reiterate, we are compliant with parking now. Previously, we were seeking a parking variance, but now with the updated design without the office user, we are compliant with parking. We also performed turning movement counts. This was a request of the board to get an understanding of how the intersection of Gates Avenue and Morris Avenue would operate. We did counts on December 2nd, 2020, from 6:30 in the morning to 9 o'clock in the morning, and 3:30 in the afternoon to 6:30 in the afternoon. We were specifically trying to capture the Primrose peak. Again, we understand the roadway has various peaks throughout the day. It has a peak during the school arrival. It has a peak during, I would say, the local school dismissal, the nearby schools, Washington School, and the various schools in the area when there's a high school event, and also just your evening rush hour. So we wanted to capture and make sure we analyzed when we'd be sending the most traffic towards the Gates Avenue, Morris Avenue intersection. We performed that analysis. We didn't just utilize the data that was collected in 2020, because that was during COVID and volumes are lower right now. We adjusted the volumes upward to data that was provided to us by the New Jersey Department of Transportation, which has counts out here that was performed prior to COVID. So in doing that adjustment, we were able to determine a level of service and capacity analysis of the intersection of Gates Avenue and Morris Avenue. There was a comment raised by the board's engineer and traffic engineer regarding a gap study. I just want to confirm and clarify for the board that we did not perform such a gap study in terms of are there enough gaps for cars to exit Gates Avenue onto Morris Avenue. That is something that I don't feel comfortable doing in a COVID time period because it is more complicated than just taking the volume of Morris Avenue and doubling it or increasing it by 33%, because really when you're doing a gap study in the field, you really want to put yourself in the mindset of the driver and have an understanding of, would the driver make a turn now? When they, is there a gap in traffic for 5.5 seconds, they would make a turn. And you basically count the number of gaps in traffic that exist. And really because of COVID, we don't have, I would say, a typical travel flow through the area. And it's something that I don't think could be verified in the field currently. What we did do is a gap acceptance study. What a gap acceptance study does is it tries to put yourself in the personality of the driver. What are people driving on Webster Avenue or Gates Avenue? When do they decide to make left turns? Meaning, do they make a left turn when they have 3 seconds of gap in cars going by? Do they make a left turn when they have 4 seconds between cars? Do they make a turn when they have 5 seconds between cars? We basically measure that looking at what drivers accept in terms of making the turns. But what we did not do is we did not see how many of those 5-second gaps or 6 seconds gap existed, because due to COVID errors, there's a lot more of them in the current period than there would be in the build scenario when COVID and traffic volumes are hopefully higher. So again, I just want to iterate to the board that we did analysis, we did delays and level of service based on COVID numbers, pre-COVID numbers, but I can't do a gap study without actually seeing the cars on the road in their normal condition for Morris Avenue. In addition to that, and I hope I didn't confuse the board too much getting into inside baseball traffic engineering there, but we also included, I think the board had requested a number of sites that are standalone sites that do not have the ability to kind of have overflow parking and what their parking supplies are and enrollments are. So we indicated that the Mountainside site has a enrollment capacity of 194 students, and they have 33 parking spaces on site. The Old Bridge facility has 210 students enrolled at capacity, and they have 40 parking spaces on site. The Florham Park site has a 213 student enrollment capacity and 37 parking spaces on site. And again, we are proposing 200 as the student capacity and 39 parking spaces on site. So again, I would say in line with those other sites that generally have between 194 and 213 students. And those other sites have parking spaces in the range of 33 to 40, and we were at 39. So again, that was, I think, a request of the board to get a comfortability that there are sites in operation or that have been approved and in operation with parking supplies similar to that of this site here with enrollment levels that are similar. So that it was the revised traffic impact study. Our conclusions remain the same. Again, we believe that this is a site that has sufficient parking supply. We believe that the access points that have been designed efficiently and acceptably. We believe there are obviously some benefits from a traffic point of view, the elimination of the driveways on Webster Avenue as part of this application. Obviously, the internal circulation with the residential buffers increasing is a benefit. And I think we've worked through the garbage pickup, the deliveries and things like that at previous hearings. So I don't want to belabor the point since this board has heard hours of traffic and site testimony at this point. So I guess, council, do you want me to move on to?
I was on mute. I apologize. So, and maybe if you just wanted to briefly highlight, I know I touched on it during my intro, though, kind of some improvements over what currently exists today, as well as some of the improvements made from the original submission.
Sure. And again, do you want this from a planning point of view, site point of view, or kind of a combination of both?
It will be, I guess it would be from the site engineering layout point of view, but obviously it would have some planning context to it. You've already been, admitted and accepted as an expert in the field of planning.
Certainly. So I'll kind of start from while entering the site. We did remove the monument sign that was previously proposed, located near the entrance driveway, replaced it with directional sign. We will discuss the variances related to signage later on, but we did make that, I would say, improvement. As you enter the site, there was a parking space, an angled parking space closest to Morris Avenue that essentially, in the current condition, would require you to back up basically into the driveway, if not beyond that. We've eliminated that parking space, so that is an existing condition that has been improved as part of this project. As you enter the site and enter fully further down, obviously we've reached the updated trash enclosure that is located not within the residential buffer. It previously was located where this landscape island is, I would say in the bottom portion of the site, closest to I believe that is lot 4 on Gates Avenue. So we heard the concerns of the neighbors and the board. And again, we moved that to the current location as shown on Exhibit A12. As part of the redesign, we also were able to increase the landscape buffers closest to the residential properties on both Gates Avenue and on Webster Avenue. As part of those improvements right now, you have very little vegetation, and I think about a 4-foot stockade fence located along the adjacent property on Gates Avenue that is in somewhat disrepair. We've increased that buffer to 6.5 feet, included, I would say, substantial plantings, and we've included a 6-foot board-on-board fence as opposed to the stockade fence that's out there. So I would say that's some substantial improvements from where we started and the existing condition. Working ourselves now to the landscape buffer on the Webster Avenue side. We are looking to maintain the existing vegetation that is along the property line that provides a relatively nice buffer today, but we are increasing the buffer where it's currently 7 foot of planting. It'll now be 15 feet of planting before retaining wall. At the top of the retaining wall will be additional plants, and then that sound reducing fence will also be located on top of the playground area. So we've increased the buffer from 7 feet to 15 feet and have an additional buffer on top of the wall, which again is an enhancement from what exists and also what the initial application before the board was. As per the request of the board and the neighbor, we've added a fence so that the area, this landscape area, does not become a through path or a walking path or a trespassing path. We've also agreed to add drainage inlets here to ensure that any type of runoff or drainage in this area is properly tied into Webster Avenue and would head back towards Morris Avenue as per the drainage structure, drainage design in the area. We've also enhanced the plantings and did a set of kind of step back walls along the Webster Avenue side and look to clean up and enhance that area through plantings of native species, which again, as we've kind of worked with the forester as well as the board and the residents, we've looked to enhance that area so that the streetscape along Webster Avenue is improved over the earlier application. Working ourselves around, again, you get to the primrose sign at the corner, which is now a letter sign and no longer is a logo, which I think, again, is perhaps a little simpler signage and maybe fits in a little more with the corridor itself. We've also kind of working ourselves along Morris Avenue, again, the new trees and plantings that we're proposing to make. We're also proposing to replace all of the sidewalk per the Union County standards. The curbing in the area we'll look to replace. Going towards Gates Avenue, we will improve everything within the Gates Avenue right-of-way that the board or the board engineers deems fit in terms of rebuilding the sidewalk, the curbing, the pavement, all in the area of the exit driveway on Gates Avenue. So those are a number of the improvements that we made to the site. But again, I think looking at this project, some of the biggest pieces of it is the increase in the landscape buffering between our property and the nearest residential properties. Again, this is a use now that has very controlled hours, as opposed to an office use, which potentially could, need lighting that continues on tonight, later in the night because of people working late. We now have a use that, generally is closed at 6:30, and, perhaps the light stays on for, maybe an hour after that. So the, any cleaning crews or last staff, could exit and feel comfortable in the parking lot. So I think that, the lighting, the intensity really diminishes after that kind of 6:30 hour here, which I think is a improvement over what potentially could be built here, or even the unregulated office type user that could be in a building like this. So overall, I think that is some of the improvements that we've seen here. We've reduced the parking variance, again, from the original application. We were seeking a parking variance of 12 spaces, and now we have an excess number of parking spaces with, I believe, proper signing located within the parking field so that parents will always have a location for they could drop off and pick up. And there'll be the other spaces allocated for employee use.
So Mr. Seckler, maybe now we can, it's kind of a good transition into your planning testimony. In particular, generally this type of use in the surrounding areas, as well as the variance relief, necessary and the positive and negative criteria supporting the grant of such relief.
Absolutely. And again, as part of this project as a planner, one of the things I look at is both the zoning ordinance, but also any state regulations as it relates to a use like this. It's important to note that a daycare use is an inherently beneficial use. This is recognized by the state of New Jersey. It is in a separate class of other uses. It is with hospitals, regular, schools. It is, I would say the premier use that is allowable in the state of New Jersey in any type of non-residential zone. Specifically, in the Summit ordinance, they call out the daycare use and highlight it and indicate as well affirmatively, kind of in line with the New Jersey statutes, that childcares are permitted in every non-residential zone within the city. So we are before this board. This is the planning board. You hear applications for permitted uses. This is a permitted use. It's also in line with the purpose of the B zone, which is the zone that we are in. The B zone's purpose, per your development regulations, is to conduct general business to which the public requires direct and frequent access as prime customers, clients, and patients. So again, it is recognized that the B zone has uses that require frequent access. As you know, obviously daycare requires frequent access. You're going there every day if you have your child into this daycare facility. So we believe that not only are we recognized within the city use ordinance as a permitted use in all non-residential zones, but we really fit the purpose of the B zone. So this is really where we belong. In addition, looking at the other uses in the area, when I look to, and looking at this plan sheet, but looking to the left, which would be to the west, you have a Midas. That is a conditional use within the B zone. Auto repair is permitted within the B zone as long as you fit certain conditions. Going another one over is Magic Fountain. I would consider that a restaurant. That is also permitted in the B zone. So those type uses can come to this site and they'd be able to operate on this site should they meet the Midas would meet the conditions on this actual location. Across the street, you have a car dealership. That is a permitted use in the zone. Car dealerships would be permitted on this site. It is a B zone site. It is permitted within the B zone. There's the Weichert Realty located on the other side of Gates Avenue. That is a, I guess a professional office business permitted in the B zone, would be permitted on this site, just like it is on the current site it's on. Obviously, you go down Morris Avenue to the east, you'll see another car dealership. Again, that is permitted within the zone. And obviously, we're next to another office style building that is permitted in the zone as well. So the B zone again, allows for all of those uses that are around us, as well as health clubs, theaters, again, restaurants, retail, personal services. Those are all permitted within the B zone. Gasoline service stations, auto repair, those are conditional uses, as well as house of worship within this zone. So again, that's the palette that the governing body has given us to work with this property. It is said if you provide one of those uses, that use is permitted on this property. So we believe that, again, in fitting with the not only the state statute, but as well as the regulations within the city ordinance, that childcare is permitted on this location. Being a permitted use, I don't believe that offsite traffic impacts are subject of this board. The courts have found in both the Lionel case and the Dunkin' Donuts case that just because a permitted use is on a busy roadway or near a busy roadway, that is not a reason to deny a permitted use application. In fact, that it is recognized by the courts that the authority to prohibit or limit uses that generate traffic on already congested streets lies within the governing body and not the planning board. So again, I would lead to those cases in saying that our obligation as a planning board application for permitted use is to ensure proper on-site circulation and safe and efficient movements from our site driveways, which I believe that we've provided that testimony that we do support that. Next, I'm going to go into, now that we've gotten through what I believe this board should be evaluating as part of this project and the fact that I believe we are inherently beneficial use that's permitted here, I'll go to the variance justification. I'll start with the loading space. We do not have a loading space on this site, and I don't believe it's required due to the type of operations for this site. Having a loading space for potentially a vehicle that we park there for maybe 10, 15 minutes a week, I think would actually do more harm than good. I think it would require additional pavement, additional impervious coverage. Perhaps we'd have to eliminate some of the landscaping that we've included within this plan. I don't think that a delivery vehicle, should they show up generally in the hours of, I would say 10 a.m. to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they would have generally all of the parent drop-off and pickup spaces to park in and do their delivery. If they come outside of those areas, they would have the ability to park or pull up near any of the employee spaces. This is not a site that sees a lot of turnover throughout the day, really sees its turnover during the morning drop-off and on the evening pickup period. So I think that like many other uses in this area, I don't believe that we need to operate with a loading zone. So I believe that in looking at the positive criteria, I believe that it would actually be worse to increase the impervious coverage and reduce the planting areas. So I think that we are advancing the health, safety, and welfare through the granting of this variance. And looking at the negative criteria, I would say, actually, I don't believe that we are creating any significant negative impact. In fact, obviously, we do have an excess of parking. Should the board really wish that a loading area is of utmost importance, we certainly could convert a number of the parking spaces to loading spaces. I just think that the board, in hearing their past concerns, would rather have an excess of parking that could be utilized every day versus a loading space that could be utilized maybe 10 minutes a week during the infrequent deliveries that a building like this would get. Next one, I would state, would be related to the building coverage. We are seeking a variance as it relates to the amount of building coverage on the site. There is 30% permitted. We are at 35 and 35.8%. And this is required due to the nature of this specific daycare user. As you heard from the testimony from the architect, there is a number of classrooms or aged classrooms that require being on the ground floor. This is so that they could have necessary egress during emergency situations. In addition, being able to get the younger children in and out to the playground equipment and back, being able to have that access on the classroom. So we're actually required to have a lot more first floor area and ground floor area. To look at, what potential negative impacts could there be to having a excess of building coverage, I typically look at the other characteristics within the ordinance that may clue us into, is this an over-intensification? And I look at the FAR, the floor area ratio. And we are well below the permitted floor area ratio. 75% floor area ratio is permitted. We're at 44.4%. So again, even though we have excess building coverage, I don't believe we are over intensifying this property because our floor area ratio is clearly much less than what's permitted by ordinance. Additionally, impervious coverage. Even though we have a building that is exceeding the allowable amount, we are not exceeding the allowable amount in terms of impervious coverage. So we have enough green space. We're actually decreasing the amount of impervious coverage compared to the existing condition on this property, and we are compliant. So I think when you look at just building coverage alone, I think it's not, it can clue you in there maybe an over intensification, but I don't think in this case it is, because floor area ratio and impervious coverage are not being triggered as variances in addition to the building coverage. Looking at the negative impact of a building coverage variance, I look at what would people notice when they're driving by this site. And honestly, the building addition or the additional square footage as it relates to the variance is really this area tucked in the back of the building. It's tucked in the back. It is outside the residential buffer line, and it is really outside the line of sight of anybody driving by on Webster Avenue or Morris Avenue. So I don't see there being a negative impact. From the drivers, they would generally see a very similar amount of building coverage as they see today, with perhaps the one kind of fill-in area between the two buildings on Morris Avenue. But really, you would see very little difference in terms of the building coverage. Unless you're flying above in a drone or a helicopter, you really wouldn't capture building coverage from driving by on Webster Avenue or Morris Avenue as part of this application. So again, I don't think there's a significant impact when looking at the additional building coverage here. I think it's generally because of the type of use we have that requires a lot of first floor or a single floor use for the ease of operations, the ease of and I'd say the safety aspect, looking at health, safety, and welfare, being able to get children in and out of the building and not having them have to go up and down stairs in emergency situations, I think is utmost important. So again, I think it's somewhat a function of this type of use that we need a lot of first floor, but we do not have, I believe, an intensification on this property. Next, I would basically group a whole bunch into the fence and wall height category. There are generally 3 variances related to fence and wall heights. I think they're all generally because of the same condition. And it is due to the fact of the grade difference between Webster Avenue and the existing finished floor of the building that we are renovating and keeping on the site. Again, in order to provide a single finished floor throughout both buildings, we have to raise the ground of the proposed, the area under the proposed building. And as part of that, we are forced to meet the difference, the 8-foot difference between Webster Avenue and the finished floor of the existing building. So because we have an 8-foot difference between Webster Avenue and this building, we have to make it up through walls, and then on top of that walls, some fencing in order to provide, I believe, a safe playground area, a safe walkway area around the sidewalk that leads from the additional building to the playground area. I think you'll see it on this rendering here. This is again, I believe, A13. A13 sheet RE1. Again, you see what we are seeking a variance for, where we are 14.6 feet above grade as it relates to the fencing along top of the wall. And we have a similar condition along the rear of the site where we have the wall just beyond the residential buffer facing the closest house on Webster. So again, we've sought to mitigate it. The wall has treatments or landscape treatments at the ground level. The way that the fencing looks, looks more like a railing fencing. I do believe that it is the intention of this rendering is showing that I don't believe there's a significant negative impact, but I do think we're looking at more of a C1 argument here. This is unfortunately a limiting factor of the site, and the fact that if you want to have a finished floor that is equal to the existing building that's maintaining, we unfortunately need a system of walls and fences that provide safety and get the grades to work between the two properties. So that's the justification for the fence and wall heights. And again, there's a number of them. One is that fences cannot be 7 feet above grade. Wall-like structures cannot be in the front yard over 4 feet above grade. And the combination of fence and wall cannot exceed 10 feet. And again, it's basically this same condition read 3 different times with 3 different regulations. The next is the minimum buffer. So I'll go back to the site plan, which is A12. The minimum buffer, there are a couple variances as it relates to the minimum buffer. Currently, as you heard, the buffer in the rear of the site is about 4 feet with a 4-foot fence to the property closest on Gates, 7 feet with a 4-foot fence closest to Webster. We are making it 6.5 with a 6-foot fence closest to Gates, 15 with the wall, and then a noise limiting fence for the property on Webster. So I think what you're seeing is we're taking existing condition, we're improving it. In fact, if you take a look at the amount of buffer that is in this area, we are increasing the amount of buffer by 50% compared to the existing condition. So existing condition is well below what is required. We are increasing that by 50% amount of buffer when you take a look at the overall square footage within the buffer area. We do still seek a variance as it relates to the buffering between our drive aisle and the parking lot for spaces that are labeled 6 and 7 along the eastern side of the property closest to the business use. We are not moving those parking spaces, but they have an existing non-conforming condition as it relates to their setback to the property line. And I think that is being maintained at 2.7 feet. So there's no change to the condition along the business zone property, but we are overall doubling the amount of square footage that is being left as buffer between our property and the nearest property on Gates and Webster. When I look at the negative criteria, I look at the fact that this is an existing condition that we're improving. I look up and down this corridor. I went to a number of the B zone uses that back up to residential properties, including both car dealerships, the Midas, the Magic Fountain, the Weichert Realty building, and on none of those did I see buffering even at the levels that we are providing here. Most of them have kind of a chain link fence, perhaps with some slats with them, if a fence at all. Most of them have buffers, if a buffer at all, of a foot or two. I believe this would be actually the largest buffer when comparing those other nearby uses. And again, those were the 2 car dealerships, the VW and I believe the other one is Infinity. And then I looked at the Infinity and the VW, and I also looked at the Midas, which I don't think really has any type of buffer at all. The building, really is almost right on the property line there. And the Magic Fountain also, I did not see any substantial buffering, but I do think that we'll be providing the greatest buffering compared to those other uses that I've seen in the B zone that back up to residential uses in the rear. Next variance would be this the signage variances. We are seeking, and I'm going to flip back over to A13, which is the renderings of the architectural renderings. We are seeking a variance as it relates to signage height. The Primrose letter side, Primrose School sign here is above the allowable requirement, which is 17 feet or the lesser of the first floor height. In this case, we are greater than that, primarily because, and I think it was mentioned by one of the zoning officer, is that we would be in compliance if we kind of lined it up where the windows are, but obviously we need to get this sign above the canopy and above the windows. So we've located it in this location, which is above the allowable 17 feet or lesser of the first floor height. I believe it is proposed to be 18.3 feet as shown on this plan. I do think from a aesthetic standpoint, from a visual environment standpoint, I think it is an appropriate sign. It is not a logo. It is just text. It is externally illuminated through gooseneck lighting, which I think is an attractive mechanism, which is recognized by your development ordinances as an acceptable or a recommended lighting pattern. And I do think it's important for vehicles that are coming eastbound towards downtown to be able to see this building, because they're, the entrance of this building is somewhat blind when people are coming up in this direction. So I think it's important to have, I think, a proper front-facing structure. Also, this is a
And I guess,
building.
Mr. Strickler, to that,
Sure.
point, that's especially so since we removed the monument sign at the entrance that said Primrose School due to some prior concerns as to its location and number of signs.
Yes, exactly. Because we removed that sign. And also, again, this sign is an attempt, we do have the entrance of this building in the rear of the site. It is accessed through the parking lot for obviously efficiency and safety for the children. But this is this sign helps create a little more of a streetscape aesthetic, so that it does not look like you're looking at the back of a building or a side of a building. So the point of this sign is to kind of give I think a proper sense of place, and try to, with the chamfered end, the way the landscaping is given, the way that the canopy is structured, is to give it a little bit more of a front-facing look on this corner of Webster and Morris. The next sign, let's see what we got here. Okay, this is RE2. You see the sign that says Primrose Schools. Let me scroll down a bit. This sign, again, also exceeds the allowable height. What is not shown here is that there would be
Sorry, Matt,
gooseneck.
just for the record,
sorry.
you're referring to R2 of the architectural exhibit 8, which is identified as a 13.
Yes, RE2. So again, just text that says Primrose School. This is generally in the exact location that I guess the building mounted sign is located today when you're approaching the site heading in the westbound direction. The Lindabury and McCormick, Eastbrook, and Cooper LLC attorneys at law, that is generally in that exact same location, lines up at the height of the window that is right next to it. So again, we're generally identical to the existing condition. What's not shown on here is that we would propose gooseneck lighting. That gooseneck lighting would be above the height of any vehicles that would be driving by. So there's no concern about any vehicles that would drive by and clip the gooseneck lighting that would be on the side of this building, shining at the Primrose School. Again, this is essentially a sign so that vehicles that are traveling in the westbound direction would know to turn into this building, and again, mimics the existing signage that's out there today. What's kind of not shown here, but maybe it's because it's so small, is the directional sign. We are seeking a variance as it relates to the directional sign. The directional sign still requires to be 25 feet back of the curb line and 20 feet from the sideline. Just to kind of, I'm going to flip back to A12. Unfortunately, if we were going to be 25 feet back from the curb line, we'd be behind the side of the building, and we actually have poor visibility for vehicles traveling eastbound, which is the whole point of having this directional sign, so that vehicles eastbound would see it. So again, and I'll get to the C2 variance justification here, but essentially, if the sign was 25 feet back, it would be unable to be seen properly from vehicles traveling the eastbound direction. And if we were 20 feet from the sideline, we'd actually be in the driveway, which obviously is not the proper location for a directional sign. So we are seeking a variance for the location of the directional sign. That directional sign, I believe, will be 2 square feet. So again, a very small sign. It's in compliance with your ordinance as it relates to the height, as it relates to the area, as it relates to the letter height, and the fact that it is not illuminated. But unfortunately, it is too close to the street and too close to the adjoining property line. But really, that's what we feel is the most appropriate location as it relates to the the functionality of a directional sign. Lastly is the monument sign, where we've removed the monument sign from the street and we've put it within the planter bed. That sign does exceed the height. Again, it's exceeds the height generally because it's within the elevated planter bed. We do think that this monument sign does provide, I think, a positive from a visual environment standpoint. There's no lighting. It's unseen from residents. It's essentially, just a focal point, or I'd say an artistic focal point, introducing the entranceway to this building. We anticipate many students getting their picture taken on perhaps their first and/or last day of childcare in front of the sign, located right near also the flagpole that we are proposing within that planter area. So we are seeking a variance as it relates to that monument sign, but again, we think it's been located in a appropriate location and mitigated by the fact that it is an unlit sign. So we don't think that there's any significant negative impact. So I would just group all of those signs generally into the same category. I think they all have a positive from a traffic and circulation standpoint. So when you're looking at the purposes of the MLUL, I think we could lean on the fact that they've been designed, solely for improvement to traffic. I think visually they're attractive signs. They're not logo signs anymore. They are channel letters that are externally illuminated as it relates to the two building mounted signs. The building mounted signs are compliant with the square footage. So we're not seeking an excess number of signs. We're not seeking excess size of signs as it relates to the building mounted signs. It's just the height of them. And again, I think that they are both attractive, and one is essentially replacing a building mounted sign that exists today. I don't see any significant negative impacts through the granting of any of the variances as it relates to signage. And I do think the positives outweigh the negative as it relates to those standards. I do think I might have missed one single variance, but I'm sure my counsel would have caught it. I didn't miss the variance as relates to parking lot curb height. We are proposing 6-inch curbs everywhere. We're proposing new curb. The existing curbing out there is 3 inches. We were not proposing to rebuild any existing curbs that are there. I think the only spot where there's existing curb that is 3 inches is likely the ones along our property frontage that touches lot 3. We're looking to basically maintain that. It's a little bit of a tight squeeze in there with the adjoining lot so close. We're looking just to maintain the 3-inch for whatever could be salvaged along that way. But anything new, we agree that we'll provide 6-inch curb height. So overall, looking at this application, I think that we have a project that is putting in a use that is permitted within the zone, is an inherently beneficial use. So again, it's that kind of an enhanced use that has been recognized by the state of New Jersey as something that the state is behind in terms of promoting additional development of. I look at the goals of the master plan that the city has, the revision plan, as well as the original 2000 master plan, and I do think this kind of fits in with those, with what's outlined within the master plan. The city speaks of the city's master plan and reexamination speaks of active sites that tie in both residential and office characteristics. It recognizes that the city is a position in an economic hub, and I think that a daycare is one of those things that help as as an accessory to the office users that exist in the area, as well as the obviously tight-knit residential community that surrounds this site. So I do believe that kind of balances and kind of sits in both worlds where it could be useful. Most people try to find daycare either near their place of employment or near their home. I think this kind of obviously, hopefully, fits in that area. Obviously, also the master plan reexamination also talks about fostering civic community. For many new families to the area, daycare is where they really get their introduction to the neighborhood. This is where they make their first friends. This is when their children make their first friends. And really, I think daycare is one of the things that does foster, civic community. It helps, people get enrolled in organizations. So I do think this is something that, looking at the master plan, we are advancing a number of the goals from the re-exam and the regular 2000 master plan that have been outlined here. So overall, I think that we've heard a number of the concerns of the board. And, typically, if this was a use variance and we inherently beneficial use, we would talk about all the potential conditions that the board could put in place to help mitigate the impacts of a use like a daycare, inherently beneficial use. But I think as the applicant, we have gone as part of this redesign and listened to the board and listened to the neighbors and tried to mitigate any of the potential impacts that this type of use could have on the neighboring community. We've moved the trash enclosure. We've increased the residential buffer. We've added the noise reducing fencing where we could. We've looked to enhance the landscaping, include taller planting heights, change locations and the number of signs on the building. We've eliminated the parking variance for this application that was of utmost concern by the members of the board. We've eliminated the office use from this building and created a sole childcare facility so that the intensity of parking, intensity of traffic would come down from the original application. So although we wouldn't, we're not sitting here doing a SECA test or a SECA balancing test and that case law, I think we've actually taken a number of those steps, even though this is a planning board application, and we've heard the board, we've heard the concerns, and we've looked to improve this application, not only from our first application, but also the existing condition. So with that, I believe this application could be granted the variance relief that has been sought.
Thank you, Mr. Seckler. And one thing I did want to highlight, and I guess you can confirm, at prior meetings, there's questions about school enrollment, and we agreed to a limit of 200 students for the enrollment for this school. And can you confirm, even with the removal of the office space, the applicant will still maintain and agree to that limit of 200 students and for enrollment at the school?
Yes, I could affirm that statement.
Thank you. Now, in addition, you had an opportunity to review some of the updated board professional review letters that were provided to us since the revised December submission of revised plans.
Yes.
And maybe if you can just walk through, and I don't think we need to address specifically every single comment, but more of any time there's something either we can't comply with, or if they've asked for additional testimony, confirming that we addressed it. And I know the board typically likes to go in order, so we got this little piecemeal. I'm happy to start with the zoning officer's first review letter, which is at the top of kind of the chart. There were really no comments other than submitting a detail for the flagpole, which we can do, and noting that I guess the business flag of Primrose would not be permitted, and would just be the town flag and the United States flag.
Agreed. And again, we do not plan to have the flag lit, so it would need to be removed on a nightly basis.
And I think she had a comment with respect to one of the wall signs, in particular the one at intersection of Webster and Morris, where she made a suggestion of possibly doing the two smaller signs on either side of the windows. Maybe you could bring up A13 just to show that area again. I believe it was R1. And so basically smaller signs on the side of the windows, but as you noted in your testimony earlier, from an aesthetic standpoint, it would look awkward not having a blank space up in that top corner, given the prominent feature. And two, from a identification standpoint, ensuring adequate access. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then we received, there was no objections from the police chief or the fire chief. Then we got an updated review letter from the board engineer dated January 6, 2021, engineering review number 3. And maybe you can walk through just some of the comments where he requested some additional testimony, in case it wasn't already covered.
I think there are some comments, maybe 8 and 9, which again, I think relates to the enrollment numbers. I think we've confirmed that we will, agree to a 200 student limit in terms of the enrollment capacity. Going through.
A lot of it was kind of just confirming what we've done, I believe. The next one will be comment 17 on page 6 of 8, the fourth bullet, just addressing testimony. I believe you addressed it with respect to the revised landscaping being proposed.
That's the city forester comment. Yeah, we are in full agreement that we'll continue to work with the city forester and adjust any species that they see fit.
And comment 20 about you testified as to the change to the curbing island to allow for better truck circulation, and just, I guess, confirming that, the trucks can now adequately maneuver within the site to exit and enter the property.
Yes, and I think that it was noted that we reduced the size of one of the curbed islands leading towards gate and eliminated the truck, and it says restrictions, the truck, I'd say the truck issue as it relates to that curbed island. So I believe that we no longer have any type of concern with the fire truck and trash truck.
And comment 22, I believe you testified at a previous hearing about the site triangles, but you just noted, applicants should provide, or that we indicated we provided testimony previously.
Yep. We believe that we do comply. Should there need to be, yes, we believe we comply with that site triangle.
Great. And comment 26 concerning backlit shielded lighting system.
26.
And as well as the limiting hours.
Yes. Again, being that it's now just the school, typically, you would have nothing but kind of security lighting after, 1 hour after closing. Primrose schools close at 6:30. So the majority of the parking lot lights would turn off at 7:30 at the latest. And then, whatever security lighting, a lot of times we do work with local police department in determining what they feel is appropriate for a parking lot to have a low level of security lighting, just for security purposes, make sure no one's hanging out in the parking lot. So that is, we will agree. We do have a shielding system as part of all the lights that we're proposing on the site.
And then comment 29, I guess, noting that in your testimony that we agreed with the Gates Avenue frontage that the entire right of way was reconstructed. I guess you noted it wasn't shown on the plan set, and I guess just confirming that will be the case.
Yes. Yep. That limited frontage on Gates, we would rebuild incomplete.
Great. And there's comment 30 about the note on the plan that the applicant and the contractor shall be responsible for remedying any drainage problems that occur on their site and or the neighboring properties as a result of construction. And he asked that we just provide testimony. I believe that was just putting a note on the plans as something we previously testified to we would do in response to, I think, questions from the public, correct?
Yeah, I think that probably reads better as a condition should this board find this application favorable, but we include it on our plan as well.
Great. Then moving to the board planners review letter, Mr. Burgess stated January 20th, 2021. There's no, I guess it was just more comments to the board, and we don't take any issue with any of the comments contained therein.
Correct.
And then there was 2 additional review letters from the Historic Preservation Commission and the Environmental Commission. Starting, I think, with the Historic Preservation Commission, they noted their concern about the view and the scale of the building. Maybe just touch on those issues and whether those are adequately addressed as part of the presentation.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just pulling up that review letter as you speak. This application is not seeking height variance in any way. We believe that this is a project that, in fact, the highest point, the highest building is the building that is actually being maintained out here. We obviously, and I spoke to the effect or the issue concerning the fact that there's 8 foot of difference in elevation between between Webster and the first floor or the finished floor of the existing building that's going to be remain. And that is the reason why that the elevation is such, but we think that we've provided an enhanced elevation with the plantings for the streetscape. This is obviously a type of use that does not have multiple doors, but it is a use that is permitted in the zone. So that is why you don't have kind of a walk-in or a walk-in first floor from the public right-of-way because of security reasons within the building itself. In looking at the elevations of the buildings nearby, I do not believe that even the canopy on top of the fire truck the canopy on top of the fire truck playground equipment, I do not believe is higher than the adjoining house next door. In fact, I think it's probably even lower than the second story window. And again, I would remind the board that we are not seeking a height variance here. The highest point of the site is in fact the existing building that is unchanged, well outside any type of residential buffer. The proposed addition is again in compliance with the ordinance as it relates to height. In fact, in this zone, we are permitted to go all the way up to 3 stories and 42 feet, and we are at a maximum of 34.7 feet. So we are entitled to go up another story or about 8 or 9 feet on this property. So I do not.
That 34.7 is referring to the existing building portion, correct?
Correct. Yes, that is a point in the existing building.
And with the new addition, even if you measure it from the curb, the height of the building is approximately 26 feet, not including the gabled parapet, but the flat line roof running along Morris Avenue.
Yes, and I think we may have a. Sorry, that's a calculator. We may have a exhibit from the rear. Yeah, so again, this is RE4 on exhibit A13. And again, you'll see at the highest point of the building is in fact the existing building that is remaining. The new structure is the lower portion of the building. In fact, when looking at the point along Webster Avenue, you see in this area of the flat roof, it's significantly lower than the existing structure.
And two, visually, as you're going down Morris Avenue, similar to what's there today, you're going to see the bigger building that exists, and then approximately a 12-foot drop coming down to kind of where the new addition is. And is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe there's a testimony from the architect at the last, or during his testimony, that provides a visual breakup, for people driving down the road and breaking up any perceived kind of massing of the building.
That is correct.
And then we received the Environmental Commission updated review letter. And I would just note in their prior comments that they noted, given the location of the building on an urban arterial roadway, that they didn't find the impacts of the variances were significant to the surrounding area, and that they supported the granting of the variances, though they noted a couple questions, which I believe you already addressed as to your traffic report in the plant species, correct?
Yes, and again, we'll be happy to work with them on those species.
And just, we may have to talk to both them and the forester to make sure we're all in agreement on it, as there might have been some differing opinions, but that can all be worked out, as part of any approval and any conditional approval.
Yes.
Then last but not least, with respect, the board engineer issued a separate review letter dated December 23rd, 2020, addressing the traffic impact review number 3, which addressed your updated traffic impact study from December 2020. And I believe you generally addressed your comments in direct testimony. Do you have anything further to add with respect to that review letter?
Nothing further to add on that review letter. Again, other than the second comment in there refers to looking at this site square footage compared to other sites, other Primrose sites. And again, I think we've stated that in terms of the enrollment numbers, which I think have a clear connection to trip generation, parking generation, drop-off pickup. We're going to be at 200 students. And again, the number of other sites are somewhere in the 190 to 213 student range. So I do think they're comparable sites.
Great. That's all I have, a direct presentation of Mr. Seckler from both the traffic engineering and planning testimony. The board has, or their professionals have any questions.
Bill, Mr. Chairman, you're on mute, I believe.
I'm on mute, sorry. Are you
Okay.
presenting any other witnesses tonight, Mr. Giannetti? Mr. Giannetti's on.
Sorry, you caught me taking a swig of water. No, like I indicated before, we have Matthew Taylor from Primrose available if there's any specific operational questions as the board is asking questions of Mr. Seckler, but we have nothing else further to present.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you very much. Well, we'll ask the members of the board if they have any questions. Then we will also ask our consultants if they have any questions as well. And then we'll go to the public and ask if they have any questions specifically of this witness's testimony. So as far as our board members are concerned, any questions for this witness, Mr. Seckler? Yep. Who's up there? Jay. Mhm.
Mr. Seckler, can you help us understand better the use of what was going to be the office space? How will that be used or not used, as the case may be?
Yeah, I imagine it'll be fairly underutilized. If you remember, we were using some of the second floor office space as kind of training room, breakout room, like storage of materials, office, that type of use. That will be continued the use upstairs. There will not be classrooms on the second floor of this building. It'll be basically, accessory back office space for the childcare facility.
From a multi-purpose room, things of that nature. But it would all be for the school and everything that they would otherwise be doing at the school, correct?
Correct.
They're not bringing additional back office operations from kind of the Primrose headquarters to do work here. It's all in connection with this school.
Yes, this site's operation, yes.
So this is not going to be office space by other Primrose employees. And obviously you have employees who are not associated with this school, of course, administrative people, just in general. So this space will not be used for that.
Correct. It'll only be utilized for this specific site. Again, maybe paperwork finds its way here, but not specific. There won't be dedicated employees that are non-teachers to utilize that space upstairs.
And I guess the way to phrase that, just to clarify, Mr. Seckler, that, maybe the executive director would have had an office on the first floor, but maybe they put it on the second floor. Maybe he's luckier now to have a bigger office, but they're not bringing other people for the operations at the school, correct?
Correct.
Because you're suggesting that we don't include this space in the calculation of, say, the parking ratio in particular.
I mean,
Mr. Warner, can you help me? How does that work? The space is there, and we normally calculate, whether it's from a planning point of view or from a real estate investment point of view, you normally look at number of spaces per square foot of space, 3 per thousand, 4 per thousand, whatever you want to do. Here it is, space can be used, but we're being asked to not consider it. I just want to be sure I understand it, and maybe that's appropriate, but how does it work if they choose to do something otherwise? I don't mean to be quite so direct about it, but it's been a long time, so I want to get right to the point.
And Mr. Bringer, are you asking for a legal opinion or a planning opinion as to how we calculate our parking requirements?
Well, I know how we calculate our parking rate. Well, maybe I'll ask my fellow board members, also who are, involved in real estate. Is there or maybe it is is there a mechanism whereby we get comfort that this is not going to be office space? I'm not accusing, I don't want to imply ill will on behalf of the applicants by any means.
But Jay, I think, Jay, they can stipulate that this will never be used as an office space for the Primrose entity.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chairman, what we're looking for is a condition, not how we calculate our parking requirements.
Well, yes.
Which I would ask, I would think would be Mr. Burgess would probably be the point person on. But if it's a condition, let me jump in there because Mr. Giannetti, would the applicant stipulate as condition of approval, should the board grant this application and should the board so desire, that you would restrict the usage to the 200, all to students and all employees associated with the 200 student maximum Primrose School, and that such use would be deed restricted and/or the applicant would have to apply for additional variance relief or relief from this board should there want to be a change in occupancy. We have to ensure that you're going to have only 200 students and you're only going to have the employees working at this location that are associated with the school use for these 200 students and nothing further. Is that something you can agree to? And can you agree to a deed restriction so it's in the chain of title should there be a new owner and/or operator of the school?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Warner, we can work as to how it's worded, but we would agree to a restriction that will be placed on the property confirming the limitation of the 200 students, as well as not using additional or separate office space, and that if at any time a future owner in the future, because deed restrictions last forever, we should have the right or the ability, whether it's Primrose or some future applicant, to come back to the board. If they want to remove that restriction, they have to come back to the board and seek specific approval of that and demonstrate the basis for it.
And would that be, we don't know how the board is going to vote, but as a stipulated to condition, is that something that Mr. Vice Chairman, you were looking for?
Yes. I knew you'd solve it for me.
Mr.
Thank
Warner,
you.
sorry, Mr. Warner, can I ask a question also to Mr. Giannetti? Isn't Primrose a franchisor? And does a franchisee own this property? So we're talking about Primrose as a corporation bringing employees to this site, but who is the actual owner of this entity? Because that person hasn't testified before us. So it's the same person that owns presumably the ones in Berkeley Heights or has the franchisee license to run the one in Berkeley Heights and the other one close by. So that person hasn't come before the board. So we don't really know who the actual operator or entity, all we know is Primrose, but Primrose is a franchisor. It's no different than McDonald's.
Correct.
So who is the actual person or entity or group of people that are going to be running this daycare center that they so kindly want to come into our community, but they're not coming before the board and we don't know who this individual or these group of individuals are? I think we should know that at a minimum.
Well, I think it's not uncommon, yes, Primrose is the franchisor, and there is franchisees that run the various applications. I'd have to confirm on the entity name, but there is an individual, Sagna Garanti, who operates the Berkeley Heights one and the Mountainside one, and he would be the operator of this one. I'd have to confirm the exact entity name he goes by, but he would be the operator in conjunction with Primrose School.
Okay, so is there any reason why he's not testifying before the board when he wants to run the business that you've testified and your other consultants have testified that they want to be a good neighbor, yet he hasn't come before the board and been a good neighbor? We don't even know who he is.
Well, we have Matt.
I'm just curious why we're not meeting him.
We have Matt Taylor from Primrose, and he, typically testify as to Primrose, who they are and what they do.
But he works for Primrose, correct?
Mr. Taylor, correct.
Yes. So what I'm asking you again, and I don't mean to be rude, but I'm asking you why the gentleman who you just named is not coming before the board and talking to us about what a good neighbor he wants to be and what his plans are. How is the construction of this project going to be done? Is there going to be a fence around it? There's several hundred students that walk by this property on a daily basis. There are several hundred members of the Summit community that walk by this property on a daily basis. How is the demolition of the site going to be done? This individual who was running this entity has not come before this board. And all we've heard about traffic studies that have not been done in a COVID, that have been done in a COVID environment, all that. I just want to know why he's not coming before the board and introducing himself.
If it's, I could say if it's something that's required of the board, we can do it, but we've presented several applications for Primrose where the franchisee doesn't necessarily come and testify to it. And we had never had a question before us, nor anyone raised concern about demolition of the building or the fencing or anything of that nature. And I'm not even really sure if that's within
this
the
board
board's
does it
purview.
regularly, Mr. Giannetti. This board does it regularly, Mr. Giannetti, and we recently did it about 2 other applications that were right next to schools. And I can tell you that there are several members on this board, if not everybody on this board, that is concerned with the safety and the well-being of the children of this community. And there is no way, in my opinion, that you can demolish those buildings without fencing, without a flag person, without traffic guards out there with the construction trucks. There were 5 schools surrounding this property. The high school students on a daily basis in the fall and the spring walk to Tatlock Field by this property. So who's going to be monitoring the concrete that's getting blown down and the trucks that are coming in with the lumber? This board has done that and stipulated on another project on DeForest Avenue, which was right near a school, that trucks were not allowed to enter the site on one part of the property. And a flag person had to be there at every occasion a truck entered the property. So if there's going to be no testimony on that, that's a major problem.
Well, typically, first, that type of testimony, a franchisee is not going to come and testify to because he's going to contract all that work out and he's going to work on the civil engineer who's already testified several hearings ago and was never asked a question about it, or the licensed architect's going to be overseeing it who testified several hearings ago and was never asked a question about it. Now all of a sudden, it's the
I
biggest
asked
issue.
a question about it and it was deferred to somebody else and then deferred to somebody else. So the franchisee doesn't have to come and talk about the construction. He can have Mr. Taylor or whoever he's going to have supervise it. But I do think when you're talking about a major project that's coming in, the person might want to come and introduce himself and tell us how he runs the properties. Because you've referenced the properties in Berkeley Heights and all of those. I'm just curious why he's not here. Is there some particular reason that he's not testifying before us?
There's no particular reason at all, and this is consistent how we've handled it in the past with other towns that never took issue with it.
Okay.
Any
Well,
other
I'm going to
questions?
tell you. Sorry, go ahead, Bill.
Any other questions from the board, board members? Yes, Councilmember Little.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a couple of questions relating to the traffic study. I'm concerned that we don't have a full traffic study because of the COVID, and I appreciate all the work that went into to try to model the traffic based on these unusual circumstances, but I just want some more clarification. You're saying you're basing it primarily on the 2011 numbers because that was in the intervening with the intervening data, we had the Morris Avenue Bridge project going on. But since 2011, we've had additions to the Bristol-Myers Squibb campus in the Oratory School. Were those factored in? It says that there's some factoring in from Celgene West. I assume that's Bristol-Myers Squibb, but what? And then there's anticipation that they're increasing their development as well on that property. So were those things factored in, those 2 developments?
So I could state that the Bristol-Myers Squibb was included within the growth. So we specifically took the traffic studies that were prepared for that application. Again, for a application at Bristol-Myers Squibb, I don't know how many there have been. So we did include that one. We also included a year-over-year growth. So again, if we didn't capture a specific development, we still took 2011 and basically compounded, I believe it was 1.5% volume increase year after year after year after year to get to 2020. So we did include that, but I did not have any specific one from the other school as part of our analysis.
And do you know what year you took the data from the growth from BMS or Celgene West, whichever you were using?
Let me see if I can find it. It was a traffic study prepared in 2018, so I don't know if that helps capture what project that could have been.
Okay, and I do have concerns. I think many of us, you know, have had students and have used this corridor during the morning hours when school's in session. In particular, there's 5 schools all in that area, and the traffic builds up quite a lot. I think a lot of us have personally experienced that. I wonder if Attorney Warner can speak to, is your reading of the Dunkin' Donuts case the same, that we are not permitted to look at the outside traffic, and how should we look at these this gap data and the way that cars are permitted to pull in and out of this property, given that we, you know, don't have a current traffic study due to the COVID conditions?
Certainly, Councilwoman Little, and with the chair's permission, and certainly Mr. Burgess can weigh in from a planning perspective, should he so desire. But from a legal perspective, the Dunkin' Donuts doctrine, which is based on a case, not surprisingly, the Dunkin' Donuts case, as well as the Lionel case and its progeny, does limit planning boards with respect to fully conforming site plans, i.e. no variances at issue. We have variances here. If there were no variances, you're limited, and you're limited to considering site circulation and ingress and egress from the site driveways. Mr. Seckler pretty accurately, in my opinion, characterized those limitations as such. But here we do have variances at issue. So the jurisdiction of the planning board is somewhat broader, and you can consider factors that are relevant to variance relief sought. Whether or not this is off-site traffic, how it's relevant perhaps to a sign, monument sign area may be a bit tenuous, but there may be other variance relief in which traffic safety and the impacts of the volume of traffic and frankly impacts on safety of passerbys, pedestrian traffic, students, other pedestrian traffic could certainly be considered. That's probably, from a legal perspective, the best way I could describe the parameters with respect to the Dunkin' Donuts doctrine and the extent to which it does and does not limit your analysis as a board with respect to this particular application. As I said, maybe Mr. Burgess, as from a planning perspective, can add something now or later.
No, you actually touched upon the planning issues as well.
Uh-oh, I overstepped my bounds.
But where there are no variances, I think Matt or Mr. Seckler was entirely correct. But in this instance, we do have variances. So the board has quite a bit more leeway in its evaluation. And as Steve had indicated, a lot of that leeway has to deal with pedestrian safety. And, and I forget who had raised the question, I think it was Mr. Perella, had raised the question about, and so did the councilwoman, about all the pedestrians that walk by this site because of the proximity of the school. So you are raising legitimate questions that deserve an answer.
Any,
Mr. Chairman?
yes, at this point, I'm going to ask our court reporter how she's doing. We need a break at this point, another 10 minutes, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I could use a break, but only if it's a good time to break, if you want to wrap this.
We still have questions coming from the board, so let's pause the board questions at this point. We'll take a 10-minute break for our court reporter and then be back and pick up additional questions from the board. Then we'll go to questions from our consultants and then questions from the public, specifically of this witness's testimony. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. Thanks.
Happy New Year, Rich. Happy New Year, Bill. How are you?
Same to you, Matt. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. We bought one of those solo stoves, you know, with the wood burning. They have a special ventilator. The fire goes up so it doesn't get real smoky. We've been doing fires outside like almost every night because
I built the fire pit in the back. I like put fence and enclosed and like a fire pit with my bourbon barrels and stuff. I love it. It's the best.
spending a lot of money on wood, but other than that, it's good.
Yeah, you know, I get my wood from Chatham Stone and Fire. So if you're going towards Dryers, it's right on the right there. It's like $2.95 for a cord and a $25 drop fee or something like that.
Okay.
You've spent more on less.
Yes, it's better to buy a cord because otherwise you're constantly getting wood. You stack it once and you're done.
Is it wet or does it burn well?
No, it burns. The key is you got to only cover the top with a tarp.
So the air.
You got the sides got the front, the back, and the sides got to get air. You just put a tarp over the top, and then it's fine.
The key is getting it started.
I'm going to send you something. The perfect way to start a fire. I'll text it to you.
Yeah, no, I'd appreciate. You know, we've been doing the Duraflame start. I've actually been working okay. The little bricks.
Okay, almost everyone is back. We're missing Joe and Jay, and Joe's there, and Jay should be popping up soon.
Mr. Chairman, as always, if we could do a brief roll call when we get everybody back, just to have it on the record.
Yep.
Thank you.
There's Jay. And we have a picture of Andy. Okay.
Sorry, you said you liked that picture better, Bill.
I like that picture. It looks.
Listen, at least you're Bill today and not your wife.
That's right.
Vote and keeping Andy's picture up instead of him.
Yeah,
I'm okay. I'm okay with that.
All right, we're going to do Chris is going to do a roll call, and then we're going to get back to questions from board members. All right, Chris.
All right, Chairman Anderson.
Present.
Vice Chairman Brinkerhoff.
Here.
Councilmember Little.
Here.
Ms. Paulson Alvarez.
Here.
Mr. McNeil.
Here.
Mr. Delory.
Here.
Mr. Zucker.
Here.
Mr. Perrell.
Here.
Mr. Fiore.
Here.
Mr. Formicelli.
Here.
And Mr. Ashman.
Yes, here.
And Mr. Warner is also here, and you have a quorum. You can proceed.
All right, so we're working through the board members' questions, and anyone else have questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Zucker.
Thank you. Mr. Seckler, I'd like to follow up a little bit on the discussion we've just been having about park traffic, as that seems to be the crux of a lot of our concerns. You started to address, or you sort of summarily addressed, the engineer's letter of December 23, which had 2 points raised. One of them had to do with the size of the building, and I understand that your explanation as to paragraph 2. But as to paragraph 1, I'd like you to take us back for a second to the last sentence. If where it reads, a gap analysis was provided. However, it does not appear there are adequate gaps in the traffic flow along Morris Avenue to accommodate the site traffic. To me, that sort of sums up the concern a lot of us have, that there's going to be a backup and that people pulling out are just not going to be able to get back onto Morris Avenue. And I can you just take us through again how you attempt to address that particular issue?
Sure, and I'll try to explain it, and sometimes I even confuse myself trying to explain the various gap analysis and delay analysis and Q analysis. So I'll try to lay it all out, and hopefully it's somewhat makes sense by the end of the year. So what we did was considered a gap acceptance study. What that does is we determine what drivers on this road will accept as a gap, meaning how much time between cars do they feel comfortable with before they make a turn. So how, basically we sit out there and we see every gap that a car doesn't accept, and then we see what gaps they do accept. And there's a whole formula, and basically where the average car accepts crosses where the average car doesn't accept is where is the level of gap that they would accept in this location. Now, I believe at this location, we found that on average, and I'm just trying to get the actual value.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you direct us to where you're looking at? Is it in the traffic impact study?
It's on page 9 of the traffic impact study. It's the gap acceptance. It's a paragraph or two in it. And then in the appendix, and I'm going to try to get the appendix page up for you because I didn't print it. So I'm going to have to look at the, it's on appended page. It's after the figures. So maybe figure 10. Let's see. Sheet A21 is the analysis that goes along with the paragraph on page 9 of the traffic study. And what that basically does is we determine that on average, people accept if there's a 5.5 second gap in traffic, if they're judging and a car goes by and they could tell that the next car is going to be driving by in 5.5 or more seconds, that they would then make a left turn out. There are locations and people that make those turns at 5 seconds. There are people that want to wait 6.5 seconds. But again, this is basically how we determine what type of gaps people will accept. The second part that I would normally like to do, if this was not in a COVID world, would then put that to the test and see how many gaps of that size exist out in the real world. So we would go out there at 7:45 in the morning and see how many 5.5 second gaps there are between 7:45 and 8:45. Now that's where we run into the issue where because of COVID, there's going to be a lot more gaps in when we did the study in December than there would be in what I imagine would be your typical conditions. So. Yep.
Okay, sorry. I'm just sorry. So we're to understand. Sorry to interrupt you. We're to understand that typically we would 5.5 seconds is necessary on Morris Avenue during these periods of time when the school would be active. We need to understand that that's how the minimum amount of time we should expect, and that's include. And did you sample people who? I mean, there's no real way to do this, but you could have done it out of your own complexes to see how parents with kids in the car, how long they wait, for an apples to apples comparison as to how long somebody would wait to before they duck into traffic.
Yeah, so this was done at Gates Avenue and Webster Avenue. So whatever the population was that was driving in and out of those roads during the days we studied. So we try to make sure that it's consistent with the locations that we're studying. So that's what we did Gates and Webster. Basically to get a sample of, these are the people who are going to be making this turn day in and day out. Obviously it's COVID. Maybe they're not with their kid. Maybe there's, obviously the schools are not as packed. It was December, less kids walking around. But again, we sought to make sure that it was, as much of a replica of normal conditions as we could. So that is the gap analysis. So again, normally the next step from there would be then see how many gaps of 5.5 seconds exist on Morris Avenue during the rush hours. And again, unfortunately, I don't have the ability to do that because I don't have video from pre-COVID times to kind of capture that. Now, again, so I would say that we did provide, again, like half of the gap analysis, but not whether there's sufficient gaps in traffic. So I can't state definitively that there are not adequate gaps in traffic like the reviewing engineer did because I don't have the normal condition to measure that 5.5 seconds against. The other piece that was within this study was that the 95th percentile queue, which is basically, in traffic terms, that's essentially the maximum. The worst queue you'll see from Gates Avenue, based on the analysis that we were able to grow to pre-COVID numbers, was 4 vehicles or about 100 feet. So if the worst time period during the worst instant during that time period, what we are expecting from our analysis is that yes, Gates Avenue would have up to 4 cars waiting to get onto Morris Avenue. And then where our driveway is, I think, is a little beyond that 100-foot mark, which would where that 4 vehicle would kind of end up. Normally, vehicles we normally assume are about 25 feet. Usually when you're waiting at a traffic light or you're anxious, you kind of shorten that gap a little bit. Average cars are about 16 feet in length, but in traffic terms, we kind of assume 25 feet is the space you would occupy. So again, 104 vehicles is anywhere from 90 feet to 100 feet back. So I don't think that we'll be seeing spillbacks into the site. In fact, our analysis, which shows, with the COVID growth, is showing that even during that worst period, at fraction of a time, it would just get to our driveway, and then obviously would clear. A light turns at Lafayette, create somewhat of a accordion effect of traffic. Maybe you get a chance to turn out of the Gates Avenue, and maybe a couple cars go, and then that queue goes from 4 to 2 maybe during the next kind of couple minutes. So I don't know if that was, as clear as I would have hoped in my mind, but that was kind of what we walked through as part of the analysis here.
Well, we understood it based on what evidence you do have to present. Thank you.
Mr. Seckler, just to be sure, those are right and left turning movements?
So the delay is based on the average delay of cars. So that is an average. Some cars make left, some cars make right. The gap acceptance, that was purely from a left turn perspective. And they obviously need a gap in both cars approaching from the left and approaching from the right. A right turn, and again, I don't know if we did the gap analysis for the right turn. Usually it's like a second less. You'd accept maybe 4.5 seconds to make the right turn versus the left, because you're really only looking one direction.
Okay, all right. Other board member questions? Thanks, Mr. Zucker. Of this witness, Ms. Jennifer Bolson Alvarez.
I have a question about the site and traffic again, but imagining the cars stacking up and making the turn into the parking lot, which is now 39 spaces, and there are 28 employees that will be using many of those spaces. And I know you went over this somewhat before, but that leaves 11 spaces if the staff come before the children, which you said they stagger in, but still trying to picture the stacking up Morris and then coming in with the children with just 11 spaces, or maybe a little more than 11 spaces to negotiate. And they have to turn around and then come back out of that parking area. It's backing up, it's turning around, it's children, and it's a lot of people. And you testified before that it was roughly 75 parents at the peak hour. So that's a lot of cars and children and a small space and a small number of parking spaces. And I just want to know, if with your changes, how does that scenario look?
Yeah, so just to kind of reiterate, and I do agree, we would have 28 staff members. We don't reach 28 staff members till 11 a.m. There is that kind of overlap between the staff that work, I would say, kind of the first shift and, the part-time staff that arrive around the middle of the day. So when we do reach that 28 and we have 28 of our 39 parking stalls occupied, is at 11 o'clock, and generally looking at it, that would then start dissipating around 1 p.m. So between 11 and 1, we would have that 28 cars. There's very few parents that pick up during that time. Again, maybe a student at a doctor's appointment is coming late or vice versa, but very little interaction. At the busiest drop-off times, I would say between 7 and 8:30, The maximum number of staff you'd have on hand is about 21 at that time in the morning. And then in the evening, same type of thing. At 4 o'clock, your maximum staff that you'd have based on existing sites, Berkeley Heights, the mountainside sites, is about 21 as well. So when you start getting that, I agree with you, that extra volume from the parents coming in, picking up their kid and dropping off, you really only have 21 staff. So when you're looking at the 39 parking spaces, that does leave that much larger amount of parents to be able to park within the drop-off pickup areas, which are those spaces that are kind of closest to the front door. And again, just kind of reiterating that the projected trip generation, where we talked about 74 students or parents being, dropping their kids off in the morning, during that whole hour, we're probably only having about 11 staff arrive during that hour. So again, it is not, I would say, as chaotic as you may have at an elementary school when it's, probably within a 30-minute window, you got everyone arriving, kids, parents, teachers, staff, all coming at once. It is much more staggered in this type of operation.
Okay, I had another odd question, and we mentioned it at another meeting, but I just wanted to clarify. On RE2, you can see the raised basement of the building that you're going to retain.
Yes, I could pull it up if that helps. This is RE2 on Exhibit A13. Yes.
Right.
So you can see in the center of the picture, there are existing entry doors. There's a pair of entry doors there below the, and on the front facade. You have it sketched in, but there's a pair of entry doors there, and they look standard height, if not larger, which points out the fact that this is a building on a raised basement. And you also just testified that your new building on the corner is going to have a raised basement that has to meet this floor plate. So it also will have the raised basement of 8 feet and then the windows above that, et cetera. Why isn't the square footage of the basement being counted in any way? Because the DRO says that any ceiling height above 7.5 feet has to be, basement space has to be counted.
Now, I guess, Mike, I don't know if this is a question. Are you asking that because of the square footage as it relates to some other specific variance as in parking or?
We didn't get a basement plan. And yeah, I mean, it speaks to what Jay started to discuss, which is how many square feet do we really have? And someday Primrose won't be here. And, we're going to have a build out with 39 parking places, and we're not counting potentially 14,000 square feet of basement. And I just wanted to know, am I wrong about the basement? It looks like a full height basement on both RE1 and RE2, but we don't have a basement plan. And it's just thinking ahead, someday Primrose may not be here if we were to accept this application. And then what happens with all this square footage and 39 parking spaces?
Yeah, and again, I think the basement is primarily mechanical storage. I think the height is less than 8, but I'm trying to get confirmation on if it's less than 7, obviously, because that means a lot due to the DRO. And again, from a daycare facility standpoint, obviously the square footage is not calculated in parking. That's also as part of the state statute. Square footage is not to be utilized for parking for daycare facilities. But obviously I understand your concern in terms of, should the project go forward, but go forward and then someone wants to come back and change the use. But again, obviously they would have to come before the board with some sort of proof or justification that their parking variance, because again, we don't have a parking variance here, but that they, should they need a parking variance, should be granted, or else,
we have to think of the future of the town, and this is a project that will be here for decades. Your improvements will be here for a very long time, so we have to think about that, I think, a little bit. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great, thanks. Any other board members? We want to get to consultants too here pretty shortly. Any other board members, questions for this witness?
Bill, I have a quick question.
Sure, Matt.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead,
no,
Matt.
please. I'll be brief. I just wanted to confirm a few things that I've heard. First of all, Jay, thank you for asking that question. So we're memorializing the office use through condition of approval and deed restriction. Did I hear that correctly? Mr.
Yes,
Warner,
and-
yes.
Yes, and we can work that out, whether it's
Okay.
recording the resolution. I know some boards said the resolution of approval be recorded on the property, so all the conditions and everything that's in there is on record on the property. So we're willing to have something to that effect that puts a property on notice that they can't change that, they can't convert office space to a separate use.
Okay.
Right,
And
whether it's a deed to themselves and those conditions are listed, or whether the entirety of the resolution or condition portion of the resolution is recorded, that condition and any other conditions the board wants, if the board grants the approval to be in a deed restriction in the chain of title, will be in the chain of title.
Okay. And Mr. Seckler, if you could just confirm, and thank you for your testimony, knowing that we've eliminated all internally lit signs, that the lighting on site will turn off at 7:30 p.m. minus any security lighting, as you would agree with police. And that you are not going to light that flagpole, which means that flag is going to come up and down every single day.
Yes, I can confirm those items.
Okay. And then just finally, and I wrote this on a piece of paper, now may not be the appropriate time, but I know that the garbage area had been moved where it was now going to contain how many garbage cans or how many receptacles?
I believe
8?
I believe it's 6, but I'll confirm the number. And again, I think it's a mix of recycling and refuse.
Right, so the 3 garbage and 3 recycling. I mean, I know a 2-person household, I can fill 2 cans in no time. So, and this may not be the appropriate time, and I apologize, but I didn't have an answer next to it. But where used recycling might be stored until it's collected.
We may be converting maybe one of the first floor office space for maybe the executive director. They go upstairs and maybe you end up with more of a storage room for something like that on the first floor.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, but Mr. Chairman, I just have a couple of quick questions. The other sites that you mentioned with the number of parking spaces, are they all standalone facilities?
Yeah, those were specifically standalone. I think last time we mentioned Berkeley Heights, and I think there were some board members that questioned that one. But Florham Park, Old Bridge, and Mountainside are all by themselves on the side of a road with no on-street parking nearby, no residential spillover, and no shared use.
Okay. And then where is all of the snow going to go?
They would have to cart it off site. I mean, that's real. I mean, there's obviously the smallest amount you would just, push into the little buffer area. But other than that, they'd have to cart it off site. The one benefit they have is that, sometimes when it's snowing, daycare gets a little bit, it's not as busy, but they will agree. And that could be a condition of approval that snow gets carted off site after whatever amount of inches you guys feel appropriate.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Formicelli.
Couple other questions on the parking. Thank you, Bill. Matt, a couple other things. The parking lot relative to the number of spots that are going to be lined in this lot. What's the footage of the lot relative to the other Primrose lots? I mean, just to say, are we talking about smaller spaces? Is more being put into a smaller overall footage or area than the other lots?
So you're talking about like the lot size of those other locations.
Yeah.
Right?
So I'm making up numbers for the sake of, but if there are 40 spots here and there's 5,000 square feet of lot, again, I don't even know if that works, versus the same number of spots and there's 10,000 square feet of lot because the striping is done differently elsewhere. Where does it stand relative to the other facilities?
Again, I'm unclear, Mr. Formicelli. Are you referring to the overall lot size or just the size of the parking area?
Well, both, because the ultimately, if depending upon how you stripe the lot and how narrow you make the spots, you can fit more spots into the lot, and also it can the actual non-parking area, the area where people are driving through, the maneuverability of those areas will vary based upon how much footage is there overall. So I'm just curious to see how that ratio plays out for this facility versus the other facilities.
So
I
I
guess
don't know if
while
I'll be able to
Matt-
give you I probably can't give you a square footage, but we did include aerial photographs within our traffic study. So I don't know if you want to mark this was submitted. Craig and
Well, I guess it's as part of your traffic study that was submitted to the board, correct?
yes, it
I would
was.
just reference the page in your
Okay.
report.
That's
So-
sufficient.
A36, this is the site in Old Bridge. And again, I don't have the site plan, I don't have the exact measurements, but you could see how this type of site operates in terms of the amount of area provided for their parking.
Mhm.
This one here is the mountainside location. It is on sheet A37. Again, this one is more of a dead end style, L-shaped, single point of ingress and egress, as opposed to the other one, which was kind of more of a highway style where it had separate ingress and egress points.
Right.
And this one is Florham Park, again, dead end style driveway. Pull straight in. You gotta, find your spot and turn around and come back out. So those were
Sure.
the three examples. Again, clearly no accessible on-street parking near any of those three sites. No overflow location. Similar-ish parking style. Two of them were dead end. Similar. Ours is quasi dead end and quasi not dead end.
Yeah, and also too, Mr. Secco, we comply with all the municipal standards for drive aisle width, parking stall length, parking stall width, correct?
Yes.
If I may, to help further have you answer Mr. Formicelli's question, would it be correct to assume that there are 9 by 18 parking spaces consistent with the RSIS requirements in all of the samples as well as the proposed, and that the drive aisle widths are the usual, 25-foot width or something like that?
24.
In other
These are
words, they're all
24.
apples to apples.
Yes, these are all apples to apples. There may be a foot difference here or there. There may be a 25-foot aisle instead of 24, or a 19-foot stall instead of an 18-foot stall, but they're all, I imagine, consistent with the standard. In fact, Mountainside might be a little smaller. I noticed they got some wheel stops in there.
How many students are in each of them?
The license capacity of Mountainside, the one that's on the screen now, is 194, Old Bridge 210, and Florham Park 213.
And you had a bus that serviced Mountainside before, right?
Yeah, but they no longer use the bus.
Okay, but they have that overflow.
I do notice that of all the other examples cited, all the entrance and exits are all on the same main roads. There's not a sort of divided or two-pronged, two-road, I should say, exit and entrance.
Yeah,
for any of these.
the
Like
other
this.
ones are not corner lots. The other ones are all, I would say interior lots.
Any other questions from the board?
I have one quick question, Mr. Seckler. Is it your expectation or testimony that they'll at maximum be 4 cars backed up onto Gates at peak time to leave Gates onto Morris? And what's the assumption as it relates to when they leave the parking lot? How many of those people will turn left versus turn right?
So the majority would turn left. Obviously, our hope is that, we at Primrose typically tend to draw from the adjacent community. So, hopefully some of the future students come from, down Gates Avenue and Montrose and those other streets down there. But in terms of what we assumed for percentages, when we did our analysis, we assumed every vehicle made a left turn out of our driveway just to be the most conservative analysis. So we assumed every car in our analysis was going to make a left onto Gates. And to just clarify again, that 4-car queue was basically, the max, essentially in the traffic engineering terms, the maximum queue you'd expect during the worst hour. So it's not 4 all hour, it's 4 during the 5% worst time during that hour.
And do you anticipate, what would you anticipate is the maximum worst queue entering the property, either making the left turn or making the right turn?
Let me I'm pulling up my report again. Hold on, I could get you that value because that value is reported in the analysis tables. Let's see. So left turn in the PM, the Q. That's the other street. You know, and I am scrolling through the appendix and let me find the value. Okay, here it is. Oh, that's Gates. Morris Avenue site driveway. Okay, here we go. It is generally less than one car in the PM and less than one car essentially in the AM. So in both cases, it's essentially one car. So they're basically judging that, you know, by the time one car turns in, making a left, the next car would, you know, basically arrive potentially to make the left in. And also when we were determining which direction they would come, that was a 50-50 split in terms of making a right in versus a left in. Again, we had no, you know, it seemed like the population center could be either direction, eastbound or westbound on Morris coming into the site.
Thank you.
Any other board members, Mr. Fury?
Mr. Seckler, did you look at Kent Place, Norwood to Morris?
We, in terms of what did we look at?
That juncture where the parking lots are and the traffic leaving onto Morris from Norwood?
No, we only analyzed our driveways and the intersection of Gates and Morris. The traffic data we utilized to get some pre-COVID numbers included traffic counts near Kent Place, but we did not analyze any other additional intersections.
I mean, I will only tell you that at any point in time, even now with COVID, when that school is in session, to go out to Norwood and make a left onto Morris is a nightmare, to the point where I won't do it. I mean, and it is backed up many times, well more than 4 cars. So.
Yeah, and again, I can't speak to that specific intersection. That may have a little bit more of an effect due to the traffic signal nearby. But again,
well, actually, I think with the traffic signal nearby, it actually can ease the traffic. But even with that, it's horrific to make a left out of there. I mean, even when the school is not in session, it's crazy, and the amount of volume. And I'm speaking, you know, now with COVID.
Rich, which Norwood is which way from the site?
Norwood is if you were coming from town on Morris to make that right, and then you come into the side of Kent Place.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's if you went any further, you went further down, you would have Oratory on your right after that.
Okay, gotcha. I just wasn't sure where that was.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, can we go to questions from our consultants at this point? Mr. Burgess and then Mr. Dorr.
Certainly. Good evening, Matt.
Good evening.
Just a few questions. On your parking analysis of the other daycare centers, the ratios seem fairly consistent with what you're proposing. But did you do any studies of those parking lots to see how they actually function in terms of congestion?
So the only one that I've studied is the Mountainside location. Just anecdotally, it's near where I live. It was easy to get to just see the drop-off pickup, but I would state that it was during COVID. Unfortunately, our whole entitlement process from approval to start plans through traffic studies have all been through COVID. So what we had utilized previously to get an understanding of the operations was the data at the Berkeley Heights and Mountainside locations from the kind of log in, log out of employees and students from pre-COVID. And basically we were able to chart that to get an understanding of, you know, what employees were on staff at certain times and when students arrived and got picked up. So that was basically, we had to go to the data as opposed to site specific observations of those sites. I would state beyond Primrose, I have done a number of other daycare applications, and those sites pre-COVID we did study, And typically what we see is the peak parking demand occurs during the day, generally in the range of 25 cars. But again, the range of, some of that is an effect of how many employees and students are enrolled. I'd say most of those sites were in the 180 enrollment factor of other brands, and about 25 parked cars were generally what we had seen.
In terms of the total number of spaces on those 180 or so student facilities, was there congestion, or was it the parking lots working well?
The parking lots generally work well. Again, I think one of the benefits that we have at this site, and you see at some other sites, are the kind of assigned drop-off and pickup stalls. So you don't have employees fighting with the same student drop-off locations.
And did you say there were 25 parking spaces for those 180
No,
students?
no, demand of 25.
Okay, I appreciated the fact that you enlarged the buffer, especially to the residences immediately, you were on the north side or was to the south, I guess. And you increased the buffer from 3 feet to 6.5 feet. Are you comfortable that, well, before I ask that, what size plant material will you be putting in there to screen this on-site activity from the residents?
Yeah, so we have, and I'm going to pull up the site plan so you could see the difference. So let me share my screen again. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen. And Joe, the reason why I want to share my screen is because we are a minimum of 6.5. So there are areas where we have greater separation where, let me see. Let me pull the landscape plan up here so I can get the exact species that we're looking at. So in this area here, this is actually the 6.5. This is the 5 foot section. And sorry, Joe, for not being clear. So the 6.5, we are able to fit the eastern red cedars in that location, and they would be planted at a 6. They were at be a 6 foot height. Where we have the 5 foot section, we have to obviously be a little bit more cognizant of the planting areas, and I believe we're planting bayberries in that area. So that's going to be a lower root system in order to mitigate the fact that we have a limited planting area. But where those where that parking area is, those are parallel spaces. So in terms of headlight activity, things like that are lesser. These are also employee spaces, these 3. So in terms of turnover, these are not high turnover spaces. And again, to remind the board, this is a site that is, open to students between 6:30 and 6:30. So a lot of the mitigation you'd expect in terms of headlight glare, the majority of the time, the headlight usage would be minimal out here.
So, on the area where the cedars are going, they are planted height at 6 feet?
I believe we list them as a 6 foot on the table. So I believe we will be planting them at 6 feet. Yes.
Okay. And I'm not familiar with that particular plant material. What kind of growth rate do they have?
The cedar?
Yes.
I believe it's 1 to 2 feet every year or two. So it'll be around that range. And that's, again, I'm sure the forester would know well more than myself on that.
And the 6.5 foot depth is sufficient for their root ball and roots and everything else?
That's what our landscape architect has informed me.
Okay, thank you. You had emphasized quite a bit the fact that the municipal land use law identifies daycare centers as an inherently beneficial use. Now, typically what one does is emphasize that on a use variance. What's the issue of an inherently beneficial use for the kinds of variances that you are proposing? And what's the relationship that made you want to emphasize this issue?
And again, I think that, I was providing that background. Obviously, this is a permitted use in the zone. So the fact that it's inherently beneficial it's not like it makes it a super permitted use. It's not like that it makes bulk variances go away or anything like that. I do think that obviously if, from a positive criteria standpoint, if this was a use variance, you'd be able to lean on the fact that a inherently beneficial use would automatically meet the positive criteria because it's advancing what has been recognized by the state of New Jersey as a use that is inherently beneficial. But I think I just wanted to explain to the board that, we are not going through the SECA balancing test that would be required from a zoning board standpoint. But I think we've taken a number of the measures that you would have to go down in terms of reasonable conditions, making modifications to mitigate the negative impacts that this use or layout could bring.
Okay, but it's clear because the planning board probably doesn't know what you're talking about when you're.
That's true.
That
That is true.
Okay. So I just wanted to emphasize the fact that for the board, the fact that this is an inherently beneficial use is immaterial to any basis for variance relief that you're requesting. Do you agree?
Yes, if a permitted use would supersede, well, I guess I'll let Craig answer. But
Sure, it's kind of legal, but generally, yes. But when a lot of the focus in the comments relate to the use and the traffic, because the traffic is a use issue. None of the variances we're seeking relate to traffic or increasing traffic or increasing parking. So I think the purpose of noting the inherently beneficial use aspect was because a lot of the concern was in connection with the use and the traffic generated by it.
One other area that you emphasized was for your building coverage variance. And you focused on the fact that younger children have to be on the ground floor. Of the 200 students, what's the percentage of younger kids that have to be on the ground floor are anticipated here?
I believe, and I probably don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but I'm going to try to get you an approximate. I believe it's the majority of the classrooms are classrooms that require on the ground floor because the classroom size for those students are actually smaller. So student wise, I'd have to get you that number, but I believe it's likely 7 of the classrooms need to be on the ground floor. But I could run the numbers the other way with enrollment if that's required. Let me see if I could pull up that number fast. Let's see.
And that may be on the architectural plans that had that chart.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it over and share. This was an exhibit posted on the website and previously marked. I don't know what it was number wise. It was the floor plan.
A4.
Okay, so A4. So I believe the young infants, young toddlers, and toddlers. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 classrooms of students need to be on the bottom floor. I believe that it is Primrose's preference for the early preschool to be there as well, just for accessibility. Obviously, Primrose prefers if everything's on a single floor because it makes the operations of the site easier when it comes to not just for safety of getting the children out in a fire, but or any other emergency in the building, but obviously being able to have easy access to the outdoor playground, indoor playground, food service, just getting children up and down stairs, even at the age of, I guess, 2.5, can take quite a while. So it looks like, again, actually, I believe it's 6. I think early preschool is also the same age range in New Jersey. So that may also be preferred to be on the ground floor as well. This one right here.
Finally, on your site plan with respect to signage, as one travels, I guess, eastbound on Morris, you pass the big sign at the corner, the wall sign. How visible will this driveway be for people traveling eastbound that don't know this driveway is for entry into the school parking lot.
Well, and by big sign, we do meet the square footage of the requirement on the.
Suggesting anything about that.
And then we have the directional sign located near the driveway. So again, it's
Does that directional sign have the Primrose name on it?
if we're permitted to, we would have it. We agreed that it would be compliant.
Do you know?
We just indicated that it would meet the size and height requirements. I don't know if it will have that name on it or not. We would prefer it. I don't know if that would create a variance, but we would keep it within the size. I don't believe the directional sign would prohibit it, the requirements. Joe, I know that you probably have the ordinance handy, but I'm looking at it. When I look at attachment 3, or appendix C, I don't see anything in terms of directional that prohibits a name on it.
All right, thank you, Matt. Nothing else.
Yep.
Mr. Dorr, have any comments or questions for this witness?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I wanted to just go to stormwater and just follow up on one of our comments. Was there any additional feedback from the county as all the stormwater is proposed to go out to Morris Avenue?
I know we had made a resubmission to the county. I am sure that we are in full agreement that whatever the county has for questions, but I don't believe anything was raised in terms of their concern about the capacity of that system. But we did meet with the county engineer as part of this application. And again, we'll be in full compliance with whatever the county would require.
Okay, and I actually was not going to touch on this, but Joe mentioned some comments about the lighting. So with the vegetation along the properties that are on Gates and the lighting that is right up against the parking lot, that lighting, I believe, is at 15 feet, and you do show a foot candle level of 0 at the property line. So is the vegetation going to be that's going to screen part of that lighting, or how are you going to affect or respond to any glare issues with neighbors?
Yeah, so 2 things. I just want to answer your question before, because I pulled it up finally. December 14th, we got a review letter from the county just indicating a little more analysis that they wanted to see from our drainage runoff. So obviously we could copy the board and yourself when we make that resubmission, but we had gotten that review letter December 14th. In terms of the lighting analysis, we did not take into account the plantings, but we did take into account the fencing, which is behind the plantings that would help screen the issues that you may be concerned about with the lights from the parking lot.
Okay, thank you. And then to the traffic issues. So the gap analysis that you did, I believe, did you say was done on December 12th, December 10th?
Let me get you the exact date. The gap analysis was done on, I believe, December.
Well, I guess the question is
It was in December. It was in December. Yes.
Right. Was that done during the peak hours in the morning and the evening?
It was done then and beyond. The good thing about a gap analysis, and which is again why we didn't have to wait until COVID ended to perform it, is that it's really just looking at what the driver behavior is of the area. So it included the peak periods and then went beyond. Our goal is to get a sample as great as possible as part of kind of doing the gap acceptance study. So, if it takes all day to get 100 samples, we'll wait all day to get a sufficient sample size. But it did include both peak hour and off peak hour time periods.
Okay, but your level of service still based on the 18, I believe you said there were 18 parents expected at any one time to be dropping off, I guess that would be the peak. The level of service would be dropping from D, which is existing, to F, a delay of 55.5 seconds proposed.
Correct. The level of service would drop from D to F between no build and build with the increase in traffic from this site. And again, one of the things, having done traffic studies all over many years of traffic studies, a lot of times a level of service F may not indicate such a poor condition if sufficient gaps are there. The issue that you have is that the software assumes that cars are evenly distributed on the main roadway. So if you had 1,000 cars, it takes 1,000 cars, divides them up by, per second, and says like, okay, you have a car every, I haven't done the math, but let's say every 3 seconds, you have a car, you have a car, you have a car. Obviously, on a roadway like this, it's not necessarily like that. Cars are held back at traffic lights. Cars are held up behind a school bus. Cars are held up because a car is turning left down the road, where you could actually have these gaps and be able to maneuver more cars out. So it really doesn't necessarily function like a level service F. So that's the benefit of being able to do a real gap study, is that you're not just taking an even distribution of cars on the main line. You're really seeing where's that 5.5 seconds, how often can you get a car, to fill that 5.5 second gap or more. So again, that is unfortunately something we couldn't replicate to a pre-COVID condition.
Would additional field studies on the gap analysis and that intersection benefit the applicant and give the board a better level of comfort than they have right now?
Again, the only thing I could do is do the gap study and see how many gaps there are out there in a COVID time period. And then, if it's double, cut it in half and say, hey, listen, it's COVID, so we'll cut it. That's the only thing I could potentially do. In addition to what I think we've already done, unless someone has video from pre-COVID that I could sit and watch of the street. That's really would be the ideal situation, would have some video out there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, as the third board professional.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, Steve, yep, it's up to you. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of quick questions, Mr. Seckler. The number one, I thought at least previously there was at least one lighting deviation, perhaps, and I thought it was a variance for average illumination. Was that, am I correct? And if so, was that rectified such that there is no deviation and no variance relief required for same at this stage?
That is my belief, yes.
Okay, and I'll just, I'll assume unless I hear otherwise from our engineer and/or planner that he's correct. The number two, as far as the land, we have the buffers. We know the size of the buffers and the proposed landscaping and native species, et cetera, and planting heights. What I haven't heard yet is the maintenance obligation that the applicant is willing to stipulate to as a condition of approval should the board grant the application and so desire. And in particular, would the applicant stipulate that the owner and/or operator will maintain in perpetuity the landscaping and replace same in the event it shall not thrive or otherwise is not at the same level as when it was at a minimum initially planted.
But I think, Mr. Warner, we can agree to the condition that the landscaping plan that we're submitting for approval, should any tree die or need to be replaced, that is something the applicant has to do, and it's enforceable by the board if it's not, because it's shown on the plan if it no longer is there.
Okay, and that would run with any subsequent owner and/or operator, and that could be something that would be something that the applicant would stipulate to, would be in a deed restriction and hence in the chain of title?
Well, I mean, we can record, we can record a resolution of approval that outlines all of this. I mean, recording a number of different deed restrictions, especially when you have banks involved, gets concerning. But if you record the resolution of approval that outlines all of these issues and all these conditions, we're agreeable to doing.
That's fine. In fact, the board, it may be as simple as just the conditions section of the approval, but understood. That's my point.
Mr. Warner, I do want to correct one thing I said. We are requesting a lighting waiver. I'm sure the site engineer mentioned it many months ago. The lighting waiver is related to maximum foot candles at property lines, basically at the property lines at the right of way of Morris Avenue, where the driveway is, the building lights are. Our building's obviously very close to the property line there. We do have a spillage that requires the lighting waiver in that area. We do not have any spillage, any lighting waiver as it relates to the residential property lines or the Gates Avenue driveway, but solely related to Morris Avenue.
And that's a waiver, not a variance. In other words, it's a sign waiver from our site plan ordinance as opposed to a deviation from our zoning ordinance?
That's my understanding.
That's how we've identified it as a design waiver.
It was design, okay. And I take it then you have some testimony with respect to section 51 under the MLUL and how that that waiver should be granted by this board?
Yeah, I guess I could give it now. Obviously, one, it's
I believe
related.
our civil engineer testified to it many moons ago, but
That's
Mr.
fine.
Steckler, if you want to summarize again and just confirm.
Yeah, just very briefly, it related to the building lights along the Morris Avenue frontage and that kind of corner, Chamford corner piece at the corner of Webster and Morris. Obviously, we have some building lights, and because we're at close proximity to the property line, some of that light spillage does go over the property line. It goes into the public right of way on the sidewalk where along Morris Avenue, you have a bus stop. You have other, obviously lighting, highway lighting in that area. So I don't see it being a detriment. In fact, it probably helps enhance the visibility of pedestrians in the public right of way.
And if I understood correctly, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, the applicant is stipulating as a condition of approval to all recommendations and requests and comments throughout all the reports to the unless they were otherwise addressed and specifically not stipulated to. Is that correct, Mr. Giannetti?
Correct.
Okay, because I just wanted the record to reflect that there were quite a number of items in several of the reports which were not specifically addressed, and so they need not be specifically addressed because they were stipulated to. So I
And I think,
appreciate
and a
that.
number of them too were just either, there were prior comments that the professional was noting that we either already provided testimony to or were addressed in the revised plans. So we didn't highlight those again.
Nope, I appreciate that. That makes it easy and that moves us along. So I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So, Mr. Warner, it's my intent at this point to open it up to the public and ask them for their comments or questions as it relates specifically to this witness. Anything?
If I may, Mr. Chairman Anderson,
Yes.
and maybe just to address Board Member Perella's comments, we do have Matt Taylor from Primrose School. And I know in prior meetings, we talked about being able to present both Seckler and Mr. Taylor, but Mr. Taylor can address some of the questions raised by Board Member Perella, and I think it won't be that long. It can be easily addressed, and then we can open up the questioning to the public.
Well, if there's no objection, then with regard to the public, Mr. Warner and Mr. Giannetti, that we'll ask the public to have their questions related to both witnesses specifically, not just one at a time. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right, great.
And if Mr. Taylor could be, says Matt Taylor, Primrose Schools as a participant, if he could be let in.
All right, he's coming in.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, while that's happening, I recognize it's 10:45, so I anticipate then that both these gentlemen will be brought back so that the public has a full and fair opportunity to question them. Correct, Mr. Giannetti?
Correct.
And I see Mr. Taylor, and Mr. Taylor, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You're on mute.
You're on
Matt.
mute. The video was started, so I saw you raise your right hand.
Yeah,
Now,
my
can you
apologies.
answer the question?
I do. Thank you.
Please.
Yeah, Mr. Taylor, if you could just give for the board your position and experience with Primrose School Franchising Company.
Sure. First of all, I appreciate the board's time, not only this meeting, but the several meetings we've had. So I'll certainly keep this brief, but I have worked with Primrose Schools for about 5 years, but prior to that, I have 20 plus years in child care development with other national child care firms. So I've developed about 250 schools at this point in the child care realm. I really just wanted to address Mr. Perella's concerns, about the public safety during construction. Licensed general contractor following the building codes, both within the, municipality of Summit and also state of New Jersey will be followed. I don't have any control over that, nor does the franchisee have control over that. That really comes down to the liability of the general contractor. But to that end, we do oversee it. And we obviously want to have a clean, safe job site. But that's really something we typically deal with at the building permit stage. So I wish I could give you a little more clarity, but I don't. I really can't offer much more clarity on that as relates to your questions directly.
And Mr.
But
Taylor,
I just do want to address the franchisee relationship with Primrose. So we do the development, meaning the Primrose development team, which I run my group for the East Coast. I hire the professionals. I oversee these projects to a building permit. And at that point, their projects are bid, they are awarded to general contractors, and then they're turned over to our franchisees with a construction manager that is vetted by us to run the project. So we are involved. The franchisee is certainly involved at that point, but we typically run the development piece because it's what we do professionally, and most of our franchisees don't have that knowledge. So I just want to make that clear to the board members. That's why the franchisee has not been part of these meetings, because it's just really not their purview. It's not what they do for a living, and that's what this group does. So I just want to clarify that.
thank you. And Mr. Taylor, too, as you noted, and part of that also, too, is for brand consistency, as these are Primrose schools branded, and though different schools may have different operators or franchisees, in the end, it's important from a brand consistency standpoint that Primrose is kind of leading the approval process as well as the permitting process with respect to the site.
Absolutely. We operate 450 schools across the country, and brand continuity is a very important piece of that. So that is a big portion of it.
Okay. At this point, I think it's time to open questions up to the public. Chris, if you can do that, I know we have people that are waiting, and we really appreciate your patience. It just takes, with this Zoom format, it just takes a long time to get all of the information out. Everything has to be done in sequence, one after another. So it takes a little bit of time to do that. With regard to your questions, please direct your questions specifically to the testimony given by Mr. Seckler and most recently Mr. Taylor. After that point, then members of the public will have time to come and make comment. Any pros, cons, thoughts that you have with regard to the project should be addressed at that point. But for right now, we'd like you to confine your questions to these two witnesses. And so, Chris, if you will open up the questions, and we'll start with the first person.
Sure. Excuse me. First is Paige O'Connell. And
Mr. Warner will have to swear in these witnesses. Is that correct, Mr. Warner?
No, Mr. Chairman, because these are only going to be questions. So again, please don't testify. The sooner we finish the questions, the sooner you can testify with public comments under oath, but this is just questions.
Okay, yeah, my bad. That's right. At the next stage, the public, each member will be asked to be sworn in. Thank you. I'm sorry, we're Ms. Paige O'Connell, the first question.
We do need the addresses though, please, Ms. O'Connell.
Yeah. And Ms. O'Connell, you're on mute right now.
Hi, I don't have any specific questions regarding these witnesses right now.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll try to get through these quickly so that if you have comment with regard to the project, we'd like to have that as well. Next person, Chris.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, next is Douglas Levine.
Hi, Mr. Levine. Could you give us your address, please?
Yes, 32 Montrose Avenue.
Thank you. Good evening. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks. Thanks for hanging in there with us. I know this has been a long process, but we appreciate your patience.
No, I appreciate it. I have some clarification questions and just some other questions. The first had to do with the deed restriction. This is not something that I'm familiar with. You had mentioned that since they're not going to be leasing the second floor to a tenant, there potentially could be a deed restriction. What does that entail? How is that enforced? Because certainly there's a financial incentive to find a tenant there.
I think that's probably more of a legal question posed to me. So what we discussed most recently is recording either the resolution of approval or conditions of approval. Like anything else, enforcement, the town's able to enforce any violation of any approval by a property owner. And the reason why the board wants it recorded is so it puts, obviously the applicant and all of us here tonight are on notice of it, but it would also put any property owner or future property owner on notice because it will be in the chain of title. Once you record it, it's in the chain of title. Anyone looking to buy the property, lease the property, finance the property, they get a title report and it pulls up every document that's recorded in connection with the property. So that would put any future owner on notice as to the restriction, as to the number of students and the restriction that the top floor cannot be used as a separate office space and that's leasable to a third party. That's the restriction. The applicant's agreeing to it. And that's the extent of it.
Is there any enforcement? For example, if there's a for lease sign on the second floor, or they just go ahead and hire a broker, how does that work?
If I can address that, Mr. Chairman, any and all conditions of approval are enforced by the city. As Mr. Giannetti said, it's an added protection for everyone that any future owner is on notice because it's in the chain of title. The way the enforcement works is many. The city has employees and representatives who are charged with the enforcement obligation. Also, frankly, people can call if they see a sign. If you see something, say something, right? That's part of the enforcement mechanism, candidly. And from a legal perspective, we have to assume enforcement because we cannot grant or deny based on the assumption that enforcement might be difficult. The board can't do that.
Okay,
that's the impact that it has.
In the zoning officer, who would in part be probably the one enforcing it, they have the ability to issue violations and summons, which have fines, and you'd have to go to municipal court challenge
Exactly.
it. So it's
okay.
There are mechanisms provided for under the municipal land use law to actually have teeth for the enforcement as well. Yes.
All right, my next question is a little bit different. I live on Montrose, which is, if you actually live on Montrose between Webster and Gates, so right directly in the back of this. And as you come down Gates, you'll notice a few things. There's no sidewalks on that street. As you get to where Gates turns into Evergreen, which is right past Montrose, to the left is the back of the high school. So in the morning, there are a lot of cars that park there, drop off students. There are kids that walk to Washington Elementary School back there. I guess my question is, was there a traffic study done for, and again, this is a pass-through street that takes you to Kent Place. Was there any traffic study done to show the impact? I know Mr. Seckler mentioned that he was, in a perfect world, not everyone would go off Morris. They would make a right and go down Gates back that way because they're trying to get neighboring towns. That is a cut through that will increase the traffic. I just want to know why I haven't heard anything about a traffic study being done in the surrounding areas behind Montrose and Evergreen and the other streets back there.
Well, we did a traffic study. The focus of the board, we originally did a traffic study at our site driveways. The board specifically asked, or at least insinuated, that they wanted to have information as related to the intersection of Gates and Morris. I didn't hear anything earlier. And again, obviously the public hadn't had an opportunity to ask questions about any other intersections. I will say that obviously the vast majority of the traffic will be coming in and out via Morris Avenue and not, Gates to Evergreen in those areas. But, I don't, we did not study the other conditions. Again, with COVID, the traffic volumes, even on lesser traveled roads, see even lesser amounts of, I would say, consistency compared to pre-COVID levels. Cut through streets aren't used as much because main roads have a little less delay in it, so people stay on the main line and vice versa. So that's been the struggle during studying during COVID. But again, I don't see the traffic volumes on, let's say, Gates the other direction being as high as Gates towards Morris because of the draw of Morris.
Right. I guess I'm just trying to make a point that there will be increased traffic going back there. Who knows what that actually is? But there's no sidewalks. There are children that walk around there. Just making that point. Mr. Seckler, is there a way for you to bring up the rendered site plan?
Sure.
And maybe even an older version of it, because I noticed the newer version you kind of cover up where I'm about to go.
Let me start with the new one. You tell me where it's covered up and maybe we can discuss. Okay.
So right where your cursor is, we're on top of that red car. So
okay.
You had indicated earlier that you think at peak, there'll be about 4 cars parked from Morris that come back onto Gates. Now, I live back, so I take this road every single day. There are always cars that are trying to make a left-hand turn, and we can go back and forth about how often that is. But there's also always a car parked right there where that red car is. There's 1 car, there's 2 cars. I assume that's some type of a city parking. They're allowed to park there. What happens in practice is that when you have a couple of cars waiting to make a left-hand turn, and you turn in, you can't get by, and you're stuck there. It happens all the time. It happens almost every single day. Was that taken into consideration at all when you were trying to figure out the traffic patterns for people being able to exit? I just fear that there's going to be a lot of gridlock right in that intersection right there because those cars are always parked there.
Right. And I know that the parking is permitted on that side of the road. It's not permitted on the other side of the road between normal business hours. I think it's like 8 and 4. So as part of our analysis, again, we were just looking at the volumes at the intersection of Gate and Morris. We didn't look at any type of, I would say, congestion that occurs further down on Gates.
It's already a problem, and this is going to exacerbate it if the exit's coming out there. And again, 4 cars will make that gridlock.
And so again, your concern is, I guess, about a car or 2 that parks in the area, that red car. Is that what
yeah, exactly. When you're on the right trying to exit onto Morris, and the cars back up, there's nowhere for the cars that are coming onto Gates to go. They get stuck behind that red car, and you can't get by in the middle. It's a common problem.
Because I believe that side of the street is 2-hour parking. I don't know.
Again, in practice, this is the way that people park. What I'm trying to say is I'm not going to be able to get. There's a good chance there's going to be gridlock.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Levine, just to remind everybody, the public comment, the testimony portion, we haven't hit yet. This is the question only. You certainly will have a full and fair opportunity to make all these points again when you're under oath during the public comment, but this is the question portion.
So my question then was that given any attention when he was doing his analysis?
Right. And now he has
I
to
think
answer the
answer is-
question.
I think his answer was no. And I
But
would
wait,
just
Mr.
make-
Giannetti, don't give the answer. He gave the answer. Okay. And if he needs to give it again, he will. Thank you.
Mr. Steckler?
So we did not take into account any parking that exists along Gates Avenue. We studied the volume going in and out of Gates and Morris Avenue as part of our study.
Okay, thank you. Is there a way for us to see Morris just moving it sort of up a little bit? I don't know if you can move that screen or if, yeah, it kind of cuts it off a little bit. I guess where I was trying to go with this is that if you can see on Morris, on both the north and side parts of the street, you can park on the street there. And so when you're driving down east and west on Morris, trying to turn onto Gates, and you stop and you have your signal on, there's nowhere for the cars behind you to pass on the right because you have cars parked there. I guess what I'm trying to say is how backed up are the cars going to get? Can the cars get when you're trying to turn left onto Gates? The cars behind you can't pass and go around because you have cars parked on the street on both sides. It's going to cause, do you think this is going to cause even more gridlock? And again, was that something that you had looked at when you were doing your traffic study?
So the answer is no, because we don't anticipate anyone making a left to Gates for our development because there's no entry on Gates. Anyone who wants to turn into the site has to turn into our driveway. So the volume making a left to Gates is whatever it is today, but we are not increasing that at all.
I guess where my concern is that when you have a backup in cars going off of Gates onto Morris and a resident like me is trying to turn onto Gates, the cars are going to be backed up. There's going to be gridlock in that intersection because there's nowhere for the cars behind them to go around. If you follow what I'm trying to say.
Again, I do know that there's no parking in the proximity of the intersection going, and I'm going to say down on Gates, just because the way the page is orientated. So I do know that obviously the first, I believe it's about 50 feet or so. I think it's basically up until where this patio or sidewalk is, that there's no parking permitted. So I don't believe that there's any backup or queuing or gridlock within the first, like I said, about 50 feet or so for cars that want to turn in here. So I don't think it's going to impact that in that way. So that would be my answer to the question. Is I don't believe there'd be an impact because there's no parking in this immediate area to the intersection.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Levine. Chris, next.
All right. All right, next is Eileen Cohout.
Ms. Cohout, welcome. Do you have a question for these two witnesses that we've heard?
Yes, thank you to the board.
I know you've spoken to us before. Could you give us your
Oh,
address again, please?
We're 9 Gates Avenue, but we own the property of 3 and 5.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Clarifying, the stockade fence is going to face 3 Gates Avenue, or the tree is going to face 3 Gates Avenue? And if so, why was that determined that way?
So going from the parking lot side, it'll be curb, vegetation, fence. The reason why is because of maintenance. If we put the fence closest to the curb, it makes it difficult for us to maintain the vegetation without going onto, I guess, your property if you're the adjoining property owner. Obviously, if that is not a concern, we could flip it around. But again, that's typical, would be planting, then fence right along the property line.
It wouldn't be a concern. My bigger concern is the maintenance in general. And I know it was answered, but I believe it's a different question. When you talk to the conditional situations, I mean, as a neighbor nearby, there's things, one point that wasn't addressed at all is smoking on the property. I work at the hospital. It's a no smoking, but I could choke in a certain area as I walk through from where all the people stand and choke. I mean, smoke, you know, they're just, I have concerns with that. I have concerns if is the franchisee agreeable to making the garbage pickup a conditional thing, because there's, once it's there, it's there. And I do understand going after someone legally, but everybody wants to have a neighbor that they can live with. And I'm not sure personally that I feel that Primrose, in the way they presented themselves, is that neighbor. And I will share my comments, but I just wonder how much can be conditionalized and how much can they be legally held to, such as maybe a no right onto Morris Avenue, no smoking on the property, no basement use, delivery times being accurate, and garbage pickup being within a normal time frame. I mean, I think these are all things that affect the quality of life to the neighborhood, specifically, certainly my family. And I obviously just wonder from the board how, or I don't know if it's a, Mr. Warner, if it's a question for you, how much can be conditional?
Ms. Cohut, if you let me, I'll ask a question or two of the applicant, and that is, would you stipulate to this, would you stipulate to any of the three items Ms. Cohut just mentioned? No smoking on site, no basement use, and I believe the garbage timeframes have already been stipulated to. That's an enforcement issue for the city. Again, as mentioned, you have to trust the city to enforce with your help. But how about no smoking on site, and how about no basement use? Those were the two questions.
I believe it's a no smoking campus, so that should be a problem agreeing to it.
Appreciate that stipulation. How about the other one?
I'm sorry, the other one was?
No basement use was what the resident inquired about.
Well, I think there was prior testimony that was being used for maybe mechanicals and storage. So I'd have to look back and confirm exactly what that testimony was. I mean, basements can be used. I think the concern is that it's not used as, I don't know what's the right term we're looking for here, or what she's looking for.
Occupiable.
Habitable.
Habitable.
And my, the other question, or I guess, the buffered area, or the referred to increased buffered area, is already been varianced years back. The gentleman, we recently acquired the property. That gentleman, my understanding was, sold about 5 feet of the property to the current owner, or the owner before that. At what point does, I guess that must have been zoned to be commercial property once it was varianced out the last time and just grandfathered in. And I think it's my apprehension that we're already talking about a major area of variance property that keeps being referred to as an increased buffer, where it really is property that was already varianced out in a previous agreement.
Mr. Warner, if I may, I think we're going beyond questions and dealing with testimony and evidence.
I will hold it for the testimony. I don't understand it. I'll ask, but I will certainly hold it to the testimony.
Well, if I may, in fairness to Ms. Cohut, I apologize if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. She is asking a question. I candidly don't understand the question. I don't understand the term variance out.
Introducing facts that aren't into evidence.
Well,
It's very apparent on the thing that we said that at the first meeting. I am not bringing in fact that isn't there.
Well, what is
Well,
the
as to
question,
the
Mrs.
sale of the
Coho?
property and how, I don't believe there was any testimony on our part as to how property was being
Okay, but
sold
that,
back
in
when
other
the-
words, the
when it was
property
originally
line
built.
at one point went out further.
Again,
And that was variance.
we don't have, there's no evidence that's been presented to that. We haven't testified to that. During public comment, if you have evidence of that, you can present it at that point.
Okay. I was under the impression the first time that was already varianced out. It was said that.
We don't know what you mean by varianced out.
Where Gates comes out onto the, excuse me for interrupting, I apologize.
That's
But
true.
where the parking lot on Gates comes out, that driveway.
Yeah.
My understanding from living here, but also that from the previous owners, but from, I believe it was testimony that was a variance granted to the building that's there now. In other words, there was never that Morris Avenue exit, or that building never had an exit on Morris.
So you're talking about the driveway piece that goes from the parking lot out to Gates.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, so that's the question of piece of property in mind, and maybe, so when you say variance down, I'm not sure what you mean by that. It was allowed.
Mr. Chairman, and maybe for Mr. Burgess, if that piece of property was zoned residential and it was given to or deeded to or somehow given to the commercial property, does the zone for that residence change to commercial then? Is that the question you're asking, ma'am?
Yes, sorry.
That's
I think
okay.
As legal, I guess I can address that. The zone line is the zone line. It doesn't follow any transfer. So if that were a situation, then, well, I don't know if we call it split zone, but you have situations where a zone line goes between or through a lot. And so then part of the lot is one zone, part of the lot is the other zone. So by doing any sort of transfer or sale, it doesn't change the zone line.
But in this case, that stem or that piece of driveway is also zoned B.
Okay.
Is that correct? I'm asking a question.
I don't know. I don't know.
Correct. And it has been shown that
Mr.
way
Sackler.
for some time. I recall from our TRO studies.
Mr. Burgess, can you increase your volume perhaps?
Yeah, I
Because I
can.
want to make sure you're getting caught on the record.
And I had lowered it because my daughter's sleeping upstairs.
My apologies to your daughter.
Sorry.
Lower it again after I finish this comment. My recollection is that zoning has been in place for quite some time. We had looked at some old zoning maps at the time we were doing the update to the development regulation ordinance, and this area did not change. This property zoning did not change. It's been zoned business for quite some time.
Okay, all right.
I appreciate it. Sorry, I couldn't express the
that's-
question any better.
That's okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Chris, our next member of the public.
All
Can we
right.
take a timeout real quick, or?
Sure.
I'm getting pretty fatigued, like my wrists are tired. and-
Okay. Want to take a
How
10-minute
How
10-minute
long do
break?
you guys think you intend to go?
Oh, my gosh. I bet it's another hour, you know?
Oh, I don't think I could go another hour. I didn't understand it would be this long tonight.
Yeah.
No one told me.
Mr. Warner, I don't know what other, I guess maybe one way to answer the question, Chris, if you look at the queue of residents that are out there, is it as large as it has been in the past?
13 hands.
13, all right, that's.
We have, Mr. Chairman, we have 58 attendees and 13 hands currently raised.
Okay, 58 attendees in addition to us,
Correct.
on the
Not
board.
counting the panelists, not counting the board members, board professionals, and applicants team.
And we have 13 raised hands out of roughly 58. We've had a few questions so far. I guess there's no way of knowing as we go through these questions as to whether we'll have more hands raised or not.
That's a fair assumption.
So I guess we're really trying to get this done tonight because it's just been, a long time for everybody involved. One of the options I have, and I don't necessarily like to use it, one of the options I have, I guess authorities, if you want to look at it that way, is to limit the questions and the time to 3 minutes. By doing so, council does that occasionally, and by doing so, it may speed up the process. I hate to do that because I don't like to cut citizens off, but that may be one way of doing it. I really feel like we need to try to get this completed tonight if possible.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, when you say completed, you mean the public questioning portion of the witnesses? Because we have not even gotten to the public comments section.
Yeah, I
yet,
know.
as you know.
I was thinking vote, done, completed. That's what I was thinking. I mean, what are we doing between 11 and 3 this morning? I mean, I don't know. Sleep is overrated. So I guess that's the question. We're trying not to, have this thing go beyond much farther. But
If Gina can clone herself, we wouldn't have a problem.
Gina, can you get to another half hour? You think? In other words, we take
Do
a
you
10.
realistically think it's going to be a half an hour?
No,
I
it's
mean,
not. It's not.
I'm pretty fatigued. My wrists hurt. My back
Okay.
hurts. No one told me it would ever be this long.
All right. Okay.
Normally, boards do not go this long in this present time. And so,
Okay.
I mean, half an hour I could do, but I can't go much past a half an hour. I mean,
Okay.
I won't go further than.
All right. Okay. So why don't we do that? Why don't we I guess we're just gonna have to cut it off at 11:45, Mr. Warner, unless you have another thought.
Well, if I might suggest, Mr. Chairman, that, we try and get through as many questions as possible and be strict with questions, not comments.
Yeah.
And hopefully get through the public questioning, which would then, allow for one meeting on basically the public comment, my summation, and hopefully vote.
And then the board deliberation and then a decision.
Yep.
Okay.
Do we want to does she need a 5-minute break before we continue, or?
Gina, you want to take 5 minutes?
I might
Couldn't
just.
see your
run
fingers
away.
at that point, but we assumed you were stretching.
Yeah, just give me like a minute or two. I need to stretch my back, my wrists, quick bathroom, and I'll be back ASAP.
Sure. Why don't we just take 5 minutes for everyone and then we'll be back. It's 11:17. We'll be back at 11:22. All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Sure. You bet. Okay, I think I'm off by about 30 seconds. Okay, how are we doing? Gina, we get about 30 minutes and we'll quit, okay? Thank you very much. We're sorry to make it,
Thanks very much.
okay, thank you so much. All right, so Chris, I guess, first of all, we have to have a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Break.
Quick one, Chris.
Yep, Chairman Anderson,
Here.
Vice Chairman Brinkerhoff,
Here.
Councilmember Little,
Here.
Ms. Paulson Alvarez,
Here.
Ms. McNeil,
Here.
Lori,
Here.
Mr. Zucker,
Here.
Mr. Perrella,
Here.
Mr. Fiore,
Here.
Mr. Formicelli,
Here.
and Mr. Ashman.
Okay, great. All right, Chris, we have 13 hands raised. Let's see if we can get through those hands quickly. And just for everyone who's got a raised hand, we're going to try to do this quickly. If you could hold your comments, 13 times 3 is a little more than 30 minutes. If you could hold your comments to under 3 minutes, that would be very helpful. And if someone has spoken before you and has the same question as you have, I would appreciate it if you wouldn't ask that question. We do have time at our next meeting also to talk and get your opinions and points of view and your comments. So these are still questions for the two witnesses that we've had. All right, thanks very much. And is it Ms. Wegman?
That's me.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, thanks. Thanks for joining us. Any questions for these two witnesses?
And your
So I
address,
live at
please.
17 Webster Ave.
Thank you.
And first, before I ask my question, I just want to say that I find it very disrespectful that we have been on this call for hours. Several times have been prohibited from asking questions. Mr. Seckler, Mr. Giannetti get to waste our time, and then we're limited to a specific amount of time to express our concerns. I'm here because, to be totally honest with you, my fear is that one of my kids or one of their friends are going to get hit by a car that's cutting through this neighborhood because they're rushing to get to work. I know what it's like to drop off your kid, be late. I live on the corner of Webster and Montrose, and I now am working from home at the window right at the corner here. And I see several cars every single day running the stop sign. So I'm curious to know what Primrose is going to do to prevent cars from making a right-hand turn onto Gates, cutting through the neighborhood as kids are running to school to, prevent someone from getting hit by a car. Because I read the sign every day, Summit has many children, but there's none to spare. So I would really like Primrose to be a good neighbor here and help us with these concerns.
Ms. Wegman, would you just make it clear which intersection you're talking about exactly?
Oh, on the corner
The
of
right
Webster and Montrose.
The right turn, okay, Webster and Montrose, thank you.
Yep. So, Mr. Seckler, you have anything to add, or is your traffic study good enough?
You're asking, can we prohibit the right turn out onto Gates? Is that
I'm
what you're
asking
asking?
what you're going to do for your families that are choosing to send their children to Primrose. What are you going to do to promote the safety of the neighborhood?
We would gladly restrict the right turn out onto Gates Avenue with signage to ensure that all our parents that are dropping off make a left turn onto Gates and go to Morris Avenue.
So then you're going to have like 20 cars that are backed up there. And to Doug's point before, then how are people going to get out?
I think you were giving some testimony there, but we indicated that
Well,
our
no, that was a
analysis.
question. How are people going to get out? How are people
Excuse
going to
me,
get out
Ms.
on
Wegman.
Gates
Ms.
when
Wegman,
you
you
can't
asked
see?
a question, let him answer the question.
We did our analysis assuming that every car would make a left out onto Gates. So all of the analysis within the traffic study assumed every car would make a left out onto Gates. Therefore, the conclusions and analysis are unchanged with the right out prohibition.
So you will say that if out of that parking lot over there, it's only a left-hand turn, so you can make a left-hand turn onto Morris or a left-hand turn onto Gates, and then you have to figure out how you're going to get onto Morris from there.
I think the testimony, if it is the board's desire that there not be any right turn onto Gates and restrict the right turn, we would agree to that condition.
Well, so Mr. Seckler, you said yes. Mr. Giannetti, you said no. So what's the
We
answer?
said we'd be willing to restrict it. You're one of many people. And there was testimony already by Mr. Seckler as he anticipated some people who live in the neighborhood may want to turn down on gates. And maybe, and are using the school, and people in your neighborhood may
Oh,
be
no one in
dropping
this,
off
no
their
one in
kids.
this neighborhood is going to use Primrose. Just saying. That might be testimony. So
All right,
sorry. I didn't
That's
say that.
fine.
But
Well,
then
so
that
then we
goes
might
to
not
my other
wanna- we might
question.
not
Why
wanna
did
agree
you
to a
choose this
condition just-
location? Was this location chosen for Bristol Myers? Were you trying to be a good neighbor to them?
So that's another
Wait.
question, I guess. Let's sort out the questions here with regard to the right turn. I don't know that we need to make a prohibition at this point with regard to a right turn, Mr. Giannetti, based on the fact that Mr. Seckler has done all of the analysis to a left turn. So the second question I heard was, why did we select this site? And maybe that's a question for Mr. Taylor.
Sure. Good evening, Ms. Wegman. We selected the site because it's an ideal childcare location to serve Summit. I mean, that's all I can really tell you. It's a need in the town, and I understand there's traffic concerns. There's traffic concerns on almost every application that has any volume of traffic outside of childcare, office, retail. It's always a discussion, and we try to be good neighbors. I'm sorry you don't think that we have been. It's been a long process, and we want to be good neighbors, and we plan on being good neighbors. So that's what I can offer you.
So as someone who has children that go to a different childcare facility,
Sure.
even if we have more children, they're not going down the street. You keep talking about a drop off at 7:45 in the morning. Like people are in normal and on COVID times, people are rushing for that 7:13, 7:45.
I cannot
train.
hear Ms. Wegman. Can anyone else?
You can't.
I hear her. Yeah.
Here.
You're here.
I can hear her.
Ms. Wegman, I can't rehash what we've all gone through already. It wouldn't make any sense to me to.
You haven't been here, Matt. This is the
I-
first call that you've joined.
Mr.
only
Chairman,
because someone
Mr.
said
Chairman,
that we've
Mr.
only
Chairman,
dealt
can
with Mr. Giannetti.
Mrs. Wegman, this is a proceeding. There can't be this back and forth. You have the right,
Okay,
and
so I
Ms.
will read
Wegman,
my
please
list
let
of
me finish,
questions.
Mrs. Wegman. Please let me finish. Thank you. You have the right to ask questions. They have the right to answer those questions. You don't have to like the answers, and you have the right to testify, present witnesses and documents. But the process has to continue in fairness to everybody, including your fellow neighbors who wish to ask questions, make comments when appropriate under oath. So please
Okay.
ask the next question.
Okay, then I think I'm done here.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, let's have our next question.
Okay, next is Michael Ennis.
Okay, Mr. Ennis, are you there? Looks like he's got his address in his name there, 23 Webster, is my guess.
Yeah, it's 23 Webster and Michael Ennis. So just a point of, before I ask any questions, we have a formal opposition case that we're prepared to put on. We have retained a traffic expert and a planning expert.
Okay.
I expect that direct examination to last at least 90 minutes. So I don't want to start that and tonight. I don't think anyone wants me to start that tonight. So just put that into your calculus as to how long you want this to go.
Mr. Chairman, if I can address that for
Yeah,
Mr.
sure.
Ennis, you absolutely have the right, as does every resident, to present those expert witnesses. So thank you for alerting the board to the fact that you have a traffic expert and that you have a planning expert. I think it's fair to assume we're not going to get through the public questioning tonight, but even if we do, that would be for the next hearing when we get to our public comment. You have the right to, as a neighboring objector, to present expert witnesses. So thank you.
And just to be clear, Mr. Ennis, you indicated you have retained a traffic expert and a planning expert. Am I correct that you have not obtained legal counsel?
I'm an attorney.
I'm not saying you have to or not. I just wondering if this group is represented by an attorney or not.
Mr. Giannetti, if
think
I
I've been
can,
on the
Mr.
record a
Ennis,
couple times
Mr.
now
Ennis,
that I'm
there's a reason why it's an important question. You don't need an attorney. You could be a pro se objector with your expert witnesses, Mr. Ennis. Please look right here. I'll help you with this. You could be a pro se objector. You don't need counsel. But if there is an attorney representing one or more individuals, the municipal land use law does require us to know, because that attorney has to ask the questions, not the neighboring objectors. So if you don't have any attorney representing anyone else and you are pro se representing yourself, that's fine. You can ask the questions. You have no limitations. You could present the expert witnesses.
He said, Mr. Ennis said he was an attorney. Is he representing the neighborhood in addition to presenting witnesses?
He's got to answer that question for us so we can know.
Okay, yeah, let's let Mr. Ennis answer the question.
What's the question?
Are you representing anybody else, Mr. Ennis, or just yourself?
Yeah, no, I'm just representing myself.
Great, fine. And then that's fine. And those expert witnesses are testifying on behalf of you as a neighboring objector, correct?
They're testifying on behalf of me as a neighboring objector.
Okay, that's fine. You don't need Mr. Giannetti. That's the
fine. So
answer.
I want to make sure we're on
It's
the
a
same page.
procedural issue, Mr. Ennis. We don't expect you to understand it, not being a land use lawyer. That's okay. But there's a reason
Mr.
why we
Warner,
need.
if
Mr.
you
Ennis,
thought
there's a
Mrs.
reason
Wegman
why.
was upset with you, you have got no idea, sir.
No, Mr. Ennis, Mr. Ennis, respectfully, you don't. There's a reason
No.
why.
We don't
the
start
munis-
with respectfully and then give me these condescending
Mr. Ennis, the reason why we need to know who represents other people is because the rules prohibit us from allowing individuals who are represented by attorneys from asking questions. The reason I clarified that with you was for your benefit and the benefit of everyone else. If you're only representing yourself, you have no limitation. You can ask the questions and present those expert witnesses. It was to your benefit that we got that clarification. So now please ask the questions you have. You have every right to ask them.
I'm sorry, there must have been just some confusion in your delivery of that information. I appreciate it.
Sure, it's my pleasure to help.
Sure it is.
So, Mr. Ennis, can I ask you, are you asking questions of these witnesses specifically? And then at the point when we go to public comment, you'll present your traffic experts? Is that the approach that I think we're taking here tonight?
I can ask the questions tonight, but I think it'd probably be more efficient of me to ask the questions of the expert, and then my expert can testify. I mean, I'll do it either way.
No, I think
but I know
Mr.
time is
Ennis
of the
would-
essence. If I'm
what we're
limited to
saying-
3 minutes, I'll ask a couple questions.
No. Let's make sure we understand the process here, Mr. Warner and Mr. Giannetti, just to be sure we have this right.
Sure. And Mr. Ennis, you'll be allowed to ask our witnesses questions as cross-examination, and you'll be allowed at the next hearing during public comment to present your own witnesses. So we're not limiting you in any way. We just want to make sure what you intend to do.
He can do both, in other words. He can ask questions tonight specifically to his witnesses, and then when it comes to testimony, he can present his experts.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Please let's allow Mr. Ennis to ask all the questions he wishes to do so.
Okay, all right, I think we got it, Mr. Ennis. I think we got it. All right, go
All right.
ahead.
All right,
Go ahead.
folks. So I'll just gonna ask a couple questions. So, Mr. Seckler, questions for you. You did no traffic studies with respect to the neighboring street. Is that correct?
We did traffic studies at the intersection of Gates and Morris and at the site driveways.
So you did not do a traffic assessment at Webster Avenue.
I stated my answer, yes.
No, so no.
We did not. Yes, I stated my answer. We did not.
I'm just trying to build a record, honestly. So you can answer the questions yes or no. That'll probably speed this up quite a bit. You did no traffic study on traffic flow from Kent Place down Colonial Avenue, did you?
The impact of the traffic generated by the site would not have a substantial impact at that intersection.
How do you know that? You didn't do the study, did you?
Because I've been studying traffic engineering for about 15 years and I know how much traffic would influence a nearby intersection.
Without doing the study?
Yes, based on the trip
Do you
generation
know
that we're
where
generating.
the intersection of Kent Place and Colonial is in relation to your project?
I know that in the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the standard intersection volume that you'd be generating that would require an intersection to be studied would be 100 new trips going through a specific intersection. That intersection would not have 100 new trips generated by this site. In addition, this is a site that is a permitted use, and while I agree that because this is not a fully conforming site, there are some ability for the board to judge off-site traffic, that the variances we're seeking are not related to trip generation.
Your assumptions on traffic flow were only done for Morris Avenue, is that correct?
Correct.
So the only people that are patronizing this establishment are coming on Morris Avenue. That's your assumption?
The only entrance to the site is on Morris Avenue.
And how do you get to Morris Avenue? Can you get to Morris Avenue by going down Kent Place to Colonial to Webster?
You can, yes.
You didn't study that though, did you?
That intersection will not
But
generate 100 new trips.
Prior to that, your testimony was that you're expecting patrons to come from neighboring towns. Is that correct?
They may be coming from this town or neighboring towns.
Right. And so did you track the traffic patterns for those customers coming in from neighboring towns that did not use Morris Avenue?
This is a permitted use, and the amount of
it's not a permitted use question. It's a yes or no question. So I can say my commentary for this, but the problem I have with this is that there is a neighborhood with pedestrian traffic, which, by the way, did you study and did make any studies of pedestrian traffic at all in this application?
Yes, we counted pedestrian traffic as part of this application.
When did you count pedestrian traffic?
When we did our counts in December. Obviously it's colder then, and when we did our initial counts before that in October, I believe.
And the pedestrian counts were done only on Morris Avenue?
And across the site driveways.
So they were done on Gates?
And there's an entrance driveway on Morris Avenue.
But they're done on Gates?
Correct.
And they're done on Morris?
Yes.
We didn't do any pedestrian traffic to the rear entrance of the high school, for instance?
Correct.
You didn't do any pedestrian traffic studies of children walking down Montrose to Washington School, did you?
Correct. We did not.
You didn't do any pedestrian traffic studies of children walking across the intersection sort of closer to town on Morris Avenue to Oratory Prep, did you?
Correct. And we also
didn't
didn't do it. We also didn't do it
to Kent Place, did you?
No, we didn't do it on Kent Place. We didn't do it at Maple. We didn't do it at a number of other intersections far from the site.
All right, Mr. Ennis, I think we've got your line of questioning. Can you move to the next one, please? The line of questioning is, he studied traffic and pedestrian at these two locations and didn't do the others.
Yeah, I just want to make it crystal clear to the board that with that line of questioning, that there are children walking through these neighborhoods all times of the day, and that if
You'll
they're
have
going to come
time,
in,
Mr. Ennis, you'll have time to present.
Mr. Giannetti, I'll answer to Mr. Warner if he wants to cut me off, but not you, sir. If there are,
it's up to the chair, Mr. Ennis. It's up to the Mr. Ennis. You'll answer to me. It's up to the chairman. It's not up to me. So I'm not going to cut you off. It's up to the chairman.
Kind of move along.
Mr. Chairman, if you want to cut me off, I'm happy to come back with my expert.
I don't want to cut you off. I just want to be efficient.
That's fine. We can move to the next neighbor. I know I've got a lot of folks behind me. I'll be back next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, we look forward to seeing you then. Thanks. All right, Chris.
Next is Beverly.
This is going to be our last call. This is the last one for tonight because our court reporter, we promised her 30 minutes and it's 11:42. So doesn't look like we're going to get through all of these tonight either. All right, so Miss Brown, Beverly Brown. Hello, Miss Brown. Are you there? You're on mute, Miss Brown, if you are still there. That was our next one in sequence, Chris.
Hold on, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, there she is. Okay.
Sorry, my screen changed when I came on screen. Sorry. So
did you give us your address, Miss Brown?
Yep, I already did all that, but I was on mute. 221 Kent Place Boulevard. Sorry about that. My questions, I think, are basically going to be 2. Mr. Ennis did a great job asking a lot of the questions I had, so I'll be relatively brief. Thank you, Gina, for sticking with us. So, Mr. Seckler, I didn't see anywhere in your traffic study that took into account apps such as Waze or Google Maps. Is that correct?
You're on mute, Matt.
Oh, now you're on mute.
Matt's on mute.
There it is. I did hear the question. We do not take into account, any apps being utilized.
Okay, why is that?
I don't know the relevancy of to the traffic study. Maybe you could expand your question on why.
Well, I mean,
relevant.
we've all used Google Maps, Waze, what have you, to get from one place to another. You know, it will redirect you if traffic is bad. So if the app is seeing that traffic is bad, it will redirect you through probably an unconventional way of going to your destination. Correct?
Perhaps, yes.
Perhaps, yes. So if there's a lot of traffic in a general area, it might take you down kind of an odd back road.
Yes, obviously, if there's a construction, bad traffic, accident, things like that, it would have the ability to divert you.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that the use of Waze or Google Maps or something like that would take someone coming from a direction off to side streets to avoid traffic? Those side streets being Kent Place Boulevard, Colonial, Webster, or coming from the other way, Butler Parkway, Bedford, Norwood.
If those streets were deemed to be a faster route, obviously Waze takes into account the travel speed of the roadway, the permitted speed limits, the number of stoppages on them, stop signs, versus traffic lights, things like that. I guess that's how their algorithm would work.
Okay, well, as a traffic engineer, I thought maybe you would be familiar with that. So, okay, I just wanted to clarify that. I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Brown. All right. Well, it's 11:45. We're calling a halt, I guess. We have maybe, I don't know, a number who have not gotten to ask questions of these witnesses tonight. Mr. Giannetti, would you be able to have these witnesses available for the start of our next meeting?
Yes.
Okay, and then we'll have to determine, Chris, exactly which meeting that is. I don't know if we can do that tonight or not.
Mr. Chairman, we have to do that tonight because we have to announce it tonight for the benefit of the public.
The reason I asked
but I think Chris has looked into the possibility. Chris, February 22nd, is it?
That's correct.
Can we tack it on to the special meeting after BMA or whatever it is?
Bristol Myers.
BMA.
I think we're anticipating a lot of neighborhood questions and comments for Bristol Myers, Jennifer, I think, but Chris can better answer that question.
So the intent of the special meeting was to hear some of the cases that were backlogged behind the Primrose application that have been sitting on the agendas.
Oh, okay, then never mind.
Yeah, we really are getting a backlog, so it's something we have to solve.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, then, Mr. Giannetti, you'll have your witnesses on February 22nd, if that seems to be the carry date?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, then, if I understand correctly, we'll be carrying this matter without further notice to February 22nd at 7:30 p.m. It will be, the location will continue to be virtual remote access via this web-based platform, Zoom. Mr. Giannetti, I take it you'll provide the board with an extension of time to act in writing through the end of the month of February?
Yes.
Okay, and I believe that covers the MLUL notice and announcement requirements, Mr. Chairman.
I'd just like to say something to the people that are on the phone tonight. I know this has been a long process. It's late at night. It's not my intention to limit your questions or comments. At some point in time, we will get to all of them. What will happen now is we'll adjourn this meeting, and then when we start the next meeting on the 22nd, we'll begin with questions of the witnesses. Shortly thereafter, when those questions are complete, we will go to any comments that will happen, and Mr. Ennis can present his traffic folks at that point. And it really, a big portion of that evening will be dedicated to getting this case finished. So for once, you'll actually get to start at the beginning of the meeting rather than the end of the meeting. So again, thanks everybody for their patience, and I appreciate that. Any other business we need to conduct, Mr. Warner, tonight before we have a motion to adjourn?
I believe that covers everything on the agenda, which has escaped me. Here it is. Mr. Chairman, no, we are up to the motion to adjourn.
Okay, so, I know that you'll be disappointed, but maybe Bob Ashman could give us a motion to adjourn since he's the new guy in the block.
We'll make a motion to adjourn.
All right, how about a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening. What's left of it. Bye-bye.
Good night. Thank
night.
you.
Night. Thank you.